Welcome, fellow wanderer of the wasteland, to the endless mysteries that drift through the irradiated winds of post-war America. Tonight, we journey together through the deepest enigmas of the Fallout universe, those questions that have puzzled vault dwellers, wastelanders, and scholars for decades. From strange encounters in forgotten ruins to whispers of ancient conspiracies, these are the mysteries that refuse to reveal their secrets. So settle in, make yourself comfortable, and let your mind drift as we explore the unknown together. There's no need to solve every riddle. Just let these tales of wonder and strangeness carry you into peaceful slumber as we uncover the mysteries that haunt the atom's glow. The wasteland holds many secrets, but perhaps none are more unsettling than the lingering presence of those who should have passed on long ago. In the irradiated ruins where the living struggle to survive each day, the dead refuse to rest, their voices echoing through empty corridors and their forms glimpsed in the periphery of vision. These are not the feral ghouls or the mindless undead that shamble through the streets, but something far more mysterious. The genuine spirits of those whose stories were cut short by nuclear fire and human cruelty. Close your eyes and imagine walking through the abandoned halls of a pre-war mansion, your footsteps echoing on marble floors that once knew the laughter of children and the whispered conversations of lovers. The wallpaper peels in long strips, and radiation detectors click softly in the background. But there is something else here. A presence that watches from the shadows, a consciousness that has refused to surrender to the void. This is the world where Anna Winslow still wanders, searching for the locket that connected her to memories of a mother's love, a simple piece of jewelry that became an anchor holding her spirit to a world that no longer existed. In Fallout 2, players could encounter Anna's gentle but restless ghost, her form translucent and shimmering with an otherworldly light that had nothing to do with radiation. She spoke of loss and longing, of a locket stolen from her grave, and of the peace that would come only when this precious memento was returned to her. Her story was simple yet profound, a reminder that love transcends death, that memory can bind souls to places long after flesh has crumbled to dust. When players finally returned her mother's locket, Anna's relief was palpable, her gratitude infinite, and her departure peaceful. She faded not with screams or violence, but with the quiet satisfaction of a story finally brought to its proper conclusion. But Anna Winslow was not alone in her supernatural persistence. Years later, in Fallout 4's Nuka World expansion, another spirit would reveal herself to those brave enough to explore the Grand Chester Mystery Mansion. Initially presented as nothing more than an elaborate haunted house attraction, complete with pre-war automation designed to frighten visitors, the mansion held genuine supernatural secrets beneath its manufactured scares. Lucy Grantchester had been a young girl before the war, her life twisted by madness that drove her to acts too terrible for the cheerful advertisements of a family theme park to acknowledge. Players who ventured deep into the mansion's carefully orchestrated horror would eventually encounter Lucy herself, not a robot mimicking ghostly behavior, but an actual apparition whose presence defied rational explanation. She appeared briefly, a child's form caught between innocence and something far darker, running toward a dead-end door before vanishing without explanation. Her appearance was fleeting, but undeniably real, witnessed by countless visitors who came seeking artificial thrills, only to discover that some attractions were more authentic than anyone intended. The existence of these confirmed spirits raised questions that extended far beyond individual ghost stories. If consciousness could persist after death in the Fallout universe, what determined which souls remained bound to the physical world while others passed on? Was it trauma that held them, unfinished business that prevented their departure? or something deeper in the nature of existence itself? The answers remained elusive, lost in the same mysteries that surrounded the Great War and its aftermath. Consider the phenomenon of the graveyard whispers that haunted New Vegas. Voices that emerged from burial sites only during the darkest hours of night. Between 10 in the evening and 6 in the morning, players who approached certain cemeteries, particularly the Good Springs Cemetery and the Forlorn Hope grave sites, would hear ethereal voices speaking in hushed tones that carried across the desert air like wind through ancient stones. The words themselves remained indecipherable despite years of analysis by dedicated fans and audio specialists, creating a linguistic mystery that added layers to the supernatural puzzle. These voices were not random sounds or audio glitches, but deliberate supernatural communications from beyond the grave. They spoke with purpose and intelligence, though their message remained locked behind barriers of death and time. Some theorized that the spirits were trying to convey warnings about dangers hidden in the wasteland, while others believed they were simply the echoes of conversations that had once taken place among the living, somehow impressed upon the fabric of reality itself through the intensity of emotion or the peculiar effects of radiation on human consciousness. The whispers shared certain characteristics that suggested common origins or purposes. They occurred only at night, as if darkness provided the proper conditions for supernatural communication. They emerged from locations where multiple bodies were interred, suggesting that collective death might create stronger spiritual resonances than individual passing. Most intriguingly, they seemed to respond to the presence of the living, becoming more audible when players approached, as though the spirits were actively attempting to communicate with those who might hear their words. Moving beyond traditional graveyards, the Commonwealth presented perhaps the most disturbing supernatural mystery in the form of the Mannequin phenomenon. Throughout the ruins of Boston, plastic figures that should have been lifeless found themselves in positions and locations that defied rational explanation. These were not the carefully arranged displays of pre-war stores or the artistic installations of bored survivors, but deliberate arrangements that spoke of intelligence and purpose behind their positioning. Players would enter buildings expecting to find raiders or useful supplies, only to discover groups of mannequins posed in scenes of violence or ritual significance. Some stood in circles around human skeletons, their plastic arms raised as if in worship or celebration. Others were found armed with weapons, positioned as though they had been defending themselves against unseen attackers. The most disturbing discoveries involved mannequins, arranged in domestic scenes, seated at dinner tables with plates of rotted food before them, tucked into beds as though sleeping, or positioned in front of mirrors, as though admiring their artificial reflections. The sheer number and distribution of these arranged figures ruled out the possibility that a single individual or group was responsible for their positioning. They appeared throughout the Commonwealth in locations separated by miles of dangerous territory, suggesting either multiple groups with similar obsessions or something far stranger at work. The mannequins themselves showed no signs of having been transported recently, no fresh scratches or wear patterns that would indicate recent movement. They stood as though they had been in their positions for years, weathered by the same elements that had aged everything else in the post-war world. Far Harbor provided perhaps the most chilling evidence that these figures might not be as inanimate as they appeared. Offshore from the fringe coast docks, several mannequins could be found floating on the water's surface, their plastic bodies buoyant in the irradiated waves. Beneath them lay the wreckage of a pre-war freighter, and swimming down to explore the vessel revealed more of the figures positioned throughout the ship's interior. In the captain's quarters, explorers would find a note that spoke of crew members hearing strange noises from the cargo hold, mysterious sounds that emanated from a shipment of mannequins being transported to their destination. The captain's skeleton was discovered next to this note, positioned under the watchful gaze of a large mannequin wielding a machete. The implications were clear. Whatever had happened on that ship, the supposedly inanimate cargo had played an active role in the crew's demise. The note spoke of weird noises and crew members growing increasingly unsettled, but the final scenes suggested violence and terror that went far beyond mere psychological disturbance. This evidence supported theories that had been circulating among wasteland survivors for years, that the mannequins were somehow alive, possessed of a malevolent intelligence that delighted in arranging scenes of death and horror. Some survivors spoke of glimpsing movement from the corner of their eyes when passing groups of the figures, while others reported hearing the soft sound of plastic limbs moving when no wind could account for such noise. Most disturbing were the accounts of mannequins found in different positions from day to day, as though they moved when no one was watching, rearranging themselves for purposes known only to whatever consciousness might inhabit their artificial forms. The supernatural elements of the Fallout universe extended beyond individual spirits and possessed objects to encompass entire locations that seemed saturated with otherworldly energy. The Dunwich building in the capital wasteland stood as perhaps the most infamous example of a place where the boundaries between reality and nightmare had been permanently weakened. This corporate headquarters had once housed the offices of Dunwich Borers LLC, a mining company whose operations had apparently disturbed forces that predated human civilization. Visitors to the Dunwich building experienced phenomena that defied scientific explanation. Objects would fly across rooms without visible cause, moving with purposeful trajectories that suggested invisible hands guiding their paths. Holotapes would play by themselves, broadcasting messages from the building's pre-war employees who had documented increasingly disturbing experiences in the months leading up to the Great War. Workers had reported strange dreams, unexplained injuries, and machinery that operated according to its own mysterious agenda rather than human commands. The building's basement held the most compelling evidence of supernatural activity in the form of a massive black obelisk that seemed to pulse with its own inner darkness. This monument to unknown forces had been carved from stone that matched no known geological formations in the area, its surface covered with symbols that predated any human writing system. Standing near the obelisk induced feelings of profound unease in most visitors, while sensitive individuals reported hearing voices speaking in languages that had never been spoken by human tongues. The obelisk's presence transformed the entire building into a nexus of paranormal activity, a place where the normal rules of reality held less sway than they should. Radiation readings near the monument showed patterns that defied understanding, not the steady emission of typical nuclear contamination, but fluctuations that seemed to respond to human presence and emotional states. Geiger counters would click frantically when approached by individuals experiencing fear or anger, while remaining relatively quiet around those who maintained calm dispositions. Pre-war recordings found throughout the building documented the gradual transformation of the facility from a mundane corporate office into something far more sinister. Employees had begun experiencing shared nightmares featuring vast underground chambers filled with writhing shadows and distant screaming. Productivity had declined as workers called in sick with mysterious ailments that doctors could neither diagnose nor treat. Security cameras had captured images of figures moving through the building after hours, tall, thin shapes that cast no shadows and left no traces of their passage beyond the fear they inspired in those who witnessed the recordings. The building's supernatural influence seemed to extend beyond its physical boundaries, affecting the surrounding area in ways both subtle and profound. Wildlife avoided the structure entirely, creating an unnatural silence that pressed against the ears of human visitors. Plants grew in twisted, unrecognizable forms, their leaves blackened and their stems bent at angles that defied botanical principles. Even the weather seemed different near the building, with fog appearing without meteorological cause and shadows falling in directions that contradicted the position of the sunday. These manifestations suggested that the Dunwich building housed something far older and more dangerous than corporate malfeasance or pre-war experimentation. The obelisk appeared to be a conduit for forces that existed outside normal space and time, entities whose interests and methods remained incomprehensible to human understanding. The building served as their foothold in reality, a place where their influence could seep into the physical world and begin the slow process of transforming it according to their alien desires. The persistence of supernatural activity decades after the Great War indicated that nuclear destruction had not weakened these otherworldly forces, but might actually have strengthened them. Radiation and spiritual energy seemed to interact in ways that science had not yet begun to understand, creating conditions where ghosts could manifest more easily, and otherworldly entities could extend their influence into the material realm. The breakdown of the old world's technological and social barriers had perhaps removed obstacles that had previously contained these forces, allowing them to emerge from hidden places and make their presence known to the survivors, struggling to rebuild civilization. Throughout the wasteland, sensitive individuals reported experiencing supernatural encounters with increasing frequency as the years passed. Children born after the war seemed particularly attuned to spiritual presences, often speaking of imaginary friends who possessed detailed knowledge of pre-war events and locations they had never seen. These children would sometimes relay messages from spirits to their parents, conveying information that proved accurate when investigated. Their innocence seemed to make them more receptive to supernatural communication, unburdened by the skepticism and fear that often prevented adults from acknowledging paranormal experiences. The implications of widespread supernatural activity extended beyond mere curiosity or academic interest. If consciousness truly could survive physical death, then the millions who had perished in the Great War might still exist in some form, their experiences and knowledge potentially accessible to those with the proper abilities or techniques. This possibility had not gone unnoticed by various factions attempting to rebuild the world, though their approaches to supernatural research varied dramatically in both method and morality. Some groups viewed spirits as potential sources of pre-war information, hoping to learn the locations of hidden resources or the solutions to technological problems that had plagued post-war society. Others saw them as dangerous remnants of a dead world that should be banished or destroyed to prevent their interference with the living. Still others believed that ghosts and supernatural entities represented a natural evolution of human consciousness, the next step in humanity's adaptation to a world transformed by nuclear fire and exotic energies. The mannequins stood their eternal vigil in empty rooms. The whispers continued their nightly conversations in forgotten graveyards. And somewhere in the darkness between worlds, Anna Winslow smiled with the contentment of a story finally completed. These mysteries would outlive the current generation of survivors, passing into legend and folklore, but their essential truth would remain unchanged, that some forces transcended the physical universe, and some stories refused to end simply because their protagonists had stopped breathing. In the irradiated landscapes of post-war America, where mutation and madness walk hand in hand through the ruins of civilization, there exists a phenomenon that transcends the physical changes wrought by nuclear fire. Among the survivors who struggle to build new lives from the ashes of the old world, certain individuals have developed abilities that seem to pierce the veil between the known and the unknowable. These are the seers, the prophets, the blessed and cursed souls, who possess what the wasteland calls simply the sight, a mysterious capacity to perceive truths hidden from ordinary consciousness and glimpse fragments of past, present, and future that lie beyond normal human perception. The most famous of these gifted individuals was perhaps Mama Murphy, the elderly woman whose weathered face had seen decades of hardship, but whose clouded eyes still burned with an inner fire that spoke of powers beyond mortal understanding. When the sole survivor first encountered her in the Museum of Freedom, huddled with Preston Garvey's desperate band of refugees as raiders closed in around them, she appeared to be nothing more than another victim of the wasteland's endless cruelty. Her clothes were tattered, her body frail, and her speech often rambling in the manner of those whose minds had been touched by too much loss and too many years of struggle. But beneath this facade of age and infirmity lay abilities that defied rational explanation. Mama Murphy could enter trance-like states where her consciousness seemed to expand beyond the boundaries of normal perception, allowing her to see events that had occurred in distant places and times. She knew things that no ordinary person could know. The location of the Institute's hidden entrance, the true identity of synths walking among humans, the secrets that lay buried in the memories of machines and mutants alike. Her insights were never vague or metaphorical, but startlingly specific and accurate, providing information that could mean the difference between life and death for those wise enough to heed her words. The source of Mama Murphy's power was both her greatest asset and her most dangerous weakness. She claimed that chems, the addictive substances that had replaced alcohol and prescription drugs in the post-war world, were the key that unlocked her supernatural perception. Jet, Psycho, Med-X, and other chemical compounds didn't simply alter her consciousness, but seemed to tune it to frequencies beyond normal human experience. When the drugs coursed through her bloodstream, her awareness expanded to encompass past and future, allowing her to navigate the streams of possibility that flowed around every decision and action. But this gift came with a terrible price. Each vision required stronger doses. Each glimpse into the hidden world demanded more of her failing body. Preston Garvey and the other settlers watched with growing alarm as Mama Murphy's health deteriorated with every prophetic session. They begged her to stop, pleaded with those who sought her counsel to leave her in peace, but the old woman was driven by compulsions that went beyond personal safety or comfort. She had seen too much of the future to turn away from her responsibilities, had glimpsed the consequences of remaining silent when her knowledge might save lives or prevent disasters. The mechanism by which chems enabled psychic perception remained one of the wasteland's greatest mysteries. Some theorized that the chemical compounds somehow enhanced natural neural pathways that had been damaged or suppressed by evolution, unlocking latent abilities that all humans possessed but rarely accessed. Others believed that the drugs created artificial synaptic connections that allowed consciousness to interface with quantum fields or dimensional barriers that normally remained impervious to human awareness. Still others suggested that chems didn't grant new abilities, but simply removed the psychological barriers that prevented people from acknowledging information they were already receiving through supernatural channels. Mama Murphy herself offered little insight into the theoretical foundations of her gift. When pressed for explanations, she would speak in the rambling manner of someone whose mind operated according to different rules than ordinary consciousness. She talked about seeing the threads that connected all things, about watching the rivers of time flow in multiple directions simultaneously, about hearing the whispers of events that had not yet come to pass, but already cast shadows across the present. Her descriptions were poetic rather than scientific, suggesting that her enhanced perception operated through intuitive rather than analytical processes. The tragedy of Mama Murphy's story lay not in her eventual death, which seemed inevitable given the destructive nature of her gift, but in the isolation that her abilities imposed upon her. She lived in a world where few people could understand or appreciate the burden she carried, where her most valuable contributions were dismissed as the ramblings of an old drug addict. Even those who benefited from her insights often regarded her with suspicion or pity rather than respect, unable to reconcile her supernatural knowledge with her apparent weakness and dependency. Far from the Commonwealth, in the trading post wasteland of New Vegas, another young person struggled with gifts that seemed more curse than blessing. The forecaster lived beneath the 188 trading post, a boy of perhaps 12 or 13 whose pale skin and hollow eyes spoke of years spent hiding from a sun that brought only pain. He had developed his prophetic abilities independently of chemical enhancement, experiencing visions and receiving knowledge through channels that remained completely natural yet utterly mysterious. Unlike Mama Murphy, whose abilities manifested during drug-induced trances, the forecaster's gift was constant and uncontrollable. Information flowed into his consciousness whether he wanted it or not, creating a steady stream of insights that ranged from the trivial to the profound. He could predict the outcomes of card games and the movements of merchant caravans with equal accuracy. But this knowledge came at the cost of debilitating headaches that made normal life nearly impossible. The boy had learned to cope with his condition by wearing a strange helmet that he called his medicine, a device that somehow dampened his psychic reception and provided relief from the constant bombardment of unwanted information. The forecaster's helmet represented one of the most intriguing aspects of psychic phenomena in the post-war world. The device appeared to be of pre-war manufacture, though its original purpose remained unclear. It bore no manufacturer's markings or model numbers, suggesting either military or experimental origins. When worn, it created a field that seemed to interfere with the boy's supernatural perception, blocking the flow of psychic information and allowing him to function more normally. But this relief came at the cost of the very abilities that made him valuable to the traders and travelers who sought his services. The existence of technology specifically designed to interfere with psychic abilities raised disturbing questions about what pre-war scientists had known about such phenomena. If the helmet was indeed created before the Great War, it suggested that psychic abilities were not a new development caused by radiation or chemical exposure, but had existed long enough for countermeasures to be developed and manufactured. This implied a level of research and understanding that had been lost along with so much other knowledge when civilization collapsed. The boy's situation highlighted another troubling aspect of psychic abilities in the post-war world: the exploitation of those who possessed them. Desperate people sought out the forecaster, not out of concern for his well-being, but because they needed the advantages his knowledge could provide. They paid him caps for information, while ignoring the obvious signs that his gift was destroying his health and isolating him from normal human connections. He lived alone in the underground spaces beneath the trading post, too valuable to ignore but too strange to truly accept. In contrast to these troubled seers, Bloomseer poplar of the capital wasteland represented the possibility that psychic abilities could exist without the suffering that seemed to accompany them elsewhere. This elderly woman lived in the oasis, a hidden sanctuary where nature had somehow recovered from the devastation of nuclear war. Surrounded by living trees and flowing water, she offered readings to visitors without requiring payment in caps or chems, seemingly motivated by genuine desire to help rather than personal gain or compulsion. Bloomseer poplar's abilities manifested as gentle intuition rather than violent revelation. She could perceive the emotional and spiritual states of those who visited her, offering insights that helped them understand their own motivations and desires. Her predictions were less specific than those of other psychics, but more healing in nature, focusing on personal growth and emotional resolution rather than tactical advantages or material gain. She spoke of her gift as a natural extension of her connection to the living world around her, suggesting that her abilities were enhanced by the unique environment of the oasis rather than by artificial stimulation. The contrast between Poplar's peaceful existence and the suffering experienced by other psychics suggested that environment played a crucial role in determining how supernatural abilities manifested and developed. The oasis represented a place where the wounds of the Great War had been healed, where radiation and contamination had given way to natural growth and harmony. In this setting, psychic abilities seemed to align with forces of healing and growth rather than destruction and exploitation. Even earlier in the post-war timeline, evidence existed of individuals whose consciousness could transcend normal limitations of space and time. The Arroyo shaman appeared to the chosen one in dreams, sharing wisdom and guidance across impossible distances. This figure seemed to exist partially outside normal reality, manifesting through dream states and vision quests that drew upon traditions older than the Great War itself. His abilities were integrated into a spiritual framework that provided context and meaning for experiences that might otherwise have driven recipients to madness. The shaman's approach to psychic phenomena emphasized the importance of preparation and understanding in developing supernatural abilities safely. His teachings suggested that consciousness could indeed expand beyond normal boundaries, but only when supported by proper spiritual practices and community structures. The tribal cultures that had preserved these traditions through the collapse of civilization seemed better equipped to handle individuals with extraordinary abilities, providing frameworks for understanding and integrating experiences that technological society had dismissed or pathologized. The pattern that emerged from studying these various psychics suggested that the development of supernatural abilities was not random but followed certain consistent principles. Traumatic experiences seemed to trigger the initial manifestation of psychic gifts, whether through exposure to radiation, chemical alteration, or extreme psychological stress. The Great War itself might have created conditions that made such abilities more likely to develop, either through direct biological changes or by removing the social and technological barriers that had previously suppressed them. The role of isolation in psychic development also became apparent when examining the lives of gifted individuals. Most possessed abilities that set them apart from normal human society, creating circumstances where they were valued for their knowledge, but feared for their strangeness. This isolation might have been necessary for the development of their gifts, allowing them to focus on internal experiences without the distractions and expectations of social interaction. But it also made them vulnerable to exploitation and prevented them from forming the supportive relationships that might have helped them manage the burden of their abilities. Chemical enhancement of psychic abilities represented perhaps the most dangerous pathway to supernatural perception. While drugs like Jet and Psycho could temporarily expand consciousness beyond normal limits, they did so at tremendous cost to physical and mental health. The chemical approach treated psychic abilities as a resource to be consumed rather than a natural capacity to be developed, leading inevitably to burnout and death. Users became addicted not just to the drugs themselves, but to the expanded awareness they provided, creating cycles of dependency that were nearly impossible to break. The existence of natural psychics like the Forecaster and Bloomseer Poplar proved that supernatural abilities could develop without chemical assistance. But these individuals still faced challenges that suggested the gifts themselves were inherently problematic rather than simply poorly managed. The constant flow of unwanted information, the isolation from normal social connections, and the burden of knowledge about future events created psychological pressures that few people could handle successfully. Even when psychic abilities manifested naturally, they seem to require specific environmental and social conditions to develop in healthy directions. Research into the biological mechanisms underlying psychic phenomena remained limited by the technological constraints of post-war society. The advanced medical equipment necessary to study brain function and neural activity had been destroyed along with most other sophisticated technology. This meant that understanding of psychic abilities remained largely observational and theoretical rather than based on rigorous scientific investigation. Survivors could document the existence and effects of supernatural perception, but lacked the tools necessary to understand how such abilities actually functioned. The implications of widespread psychic abilities extended far beyond individual experiences to encompass the entire future development of human civilization. If these gifts became more common over time, they could fundamentally alter how societies organized themselves and how individuals related to each other. The ability to perceive hidden truths and future events would make traditional forms of government and commerce obsolete, while the isolation experienced by most psychics would create new forms of social stratification based on supernatural rather than material advantages. Religious and philosophical frameworks struggled to accommodate the reality of confirmed psychic abilities within post-war belief systems. Traditional religions had generally treated supernatural experiences as divine interventions or demonic influences, but the consistent and measurable nature of psychic phenomena in the wasteland challenged these interpretations. New spiritual movements began to emerge that attempted to integrate psychic abilities into broader understanding of human potential and cosmic purpose. But these efforts remained fragmented and often contradictory. The potential for psychic abilities to be developed artificially raised ethical questions that post-war society was ill-equipped to address. If consciousness could be expanded through chemical or technological means, who would have access to such enhancements, and under what circumstances would their use be justified? The example of Mama Murphy demonstrated the dangers of uncontrolled psychic development, but it also showed the potential benefits of supernatural perception when applied to solving practical problems. Future societies would need to develop frameworks for managing these abilities responsibly, while avoiding the exploitation that had characterized most psychic experiences in the immediate post-war period. As radiation levels slowly decreased and environmental conditions stabilized, the frequency and intensity of psychic manifestations might also change. Some theorists suggested that supernatural abilities were temporary adaptations to the extreme conditions created by nuclear war, destined to disappear as normal biological processes reasserted themselves. Others believed that psychic gifts represented permanent evolutionary developments that would continue to manifest in future generations, requiring new approaches to education, healthcare, and social organization. The mystery of why only certain individuals developed psychic abilities while others remained unaffected continued to puzzle those who studied these phenomena. No clear patterns emerged based on genetic background, exposure levels, or psychological profiles. The gifts seemed to appear randomly across all populations, suggesting that the capacity for supernatural perception might be latent in all humans, but activated only under specific circumstances that remained poorly understood. The sight that blessed and cursed individuals like Mama Murphy and the Forecaster might represent humanity's first tentative steps toward a new form of existence, one where the boundaries between mind and matter, past and future, self and other became fluid and permeable. In a world transformed by forces beyond human understanding, perhaps consciousness too was transforming, adapting to conditions that required new forms of perception and awareness. These gifted individuals were not anomalies but pioneers, exploring territories of experience that the rest of humanity would eventually need to navigate. In the shadowy corridors of power that existed long before the Great War transformed the world into a radioactive wasteland, certain individuals possessed knowledge that extended far beyond the official narratives taught in schools and broadcast on television. These were the players in what they called the Great Game, an ancient struggle for influence and survival that had been waged in secret for decades, perhaps centuries, among those who understood that civilization was far more fragile than the general population ever suspected. The nuclear exchange of 2077 was not the beginning of this conflict, but merely its most dramatic escalation, forcing the survivors to adapt their eternal rivalry to the harsh realities of a world stripped of its technological comforts and social structures. The most compelling evidence of this pre-war conspiracy emerged in the ruins of Point Lookout, where two ancient adversaries continued their struggle with a dedication that transcended death itself. Desmond Lockhart had once been a distinguished agent of British intelligence, a man whose refined accent and impeccable manners concealed decades of experience in the dark arts of espionage and manipulation. Professor Calvert had represented the American side of this shadowy conflict, a brilliant scientist whose research into consciousness and human potential had earned him positions in the highest levels of government scientific advisory boards. Their personal animosity stretched back to the years before the Great War, rooted in ideological differences and professional rivalries that had shaped policy decisions affecting millions of lives. What made their conflict extraordinary was not simply its duration, but the measures both men had taken to ensure their survival beyond the nuclear apocalypse they had helped to engineer. Desmond Lockhart had recognized the signs of impending global conflict years before the first bombs fell, using his connections within intelligence circles to gather information about military preparations and government contingency plans. When it became clear that nuclear war was inevitable rather than merely possible, he made the calculated decision to transform himself into something that could survive the radioactive aftermath that would follow the collapse of civilization. The process of deliberate ghoulification that Lockhart underwent was far more sophisticated than the random mutations that had created most of the wasteland's ghoul population. He had access to pre-war medical facilities and research data that allowed him to control his exposure to radiation with scientific precision, inducing the cellular changes that would grant him immunity to further radiation damage, while maintaining his intellectual capabilities and physical mobility. The transformation was agonizing and dangerous, requiring months of careful calibration to achieve the desired results without triggering the feral degradation that had claimed so many other victims of radiation exposure. The success of Lockhart's self-imposed mutation provided him with advantages that extended far beyond mere survival. His ghoulified physiology granted him an indefinite lifespan, allowing him to pursue long-term strategies that would have been impossible for ordinary humans constrained by normal mortality. He could plan operations that spanned decades, building networks of influence and accumulating resources, without concern for the biological clock that limited the ambitions of his competitors. Most importantly, his transformation had occurred before the Great War, giving him time to establish the infrastructure and support systems necessary to maintain his power in the post-war world. Professor Calvert had chosen a different but equally radical approach to the problem of surviving nuclear apocalypse. His research into consciousness transfer and mechanical augmentation had convinced him that the human body was merely a vessel for intelligence, one that could be replaced or enhanced through technological means when biological limitations became problematic. The process of transferring his consciousness into a mechanical brain housing was even more experimental than Lockhart's ghoulification, requiring technologies that existed only in the most advanced government laboratories and theoretical frameworks that had never been tested on human subjects. The procedure that transformed Calvert from a flesh and blood scientist into a brain housed in a life support system was both a triumph of pre-war technology and a testament to the professor's willingness to sacrifice everything human about himself in pursuit of intellectual survival. His consciousness remained intact within the mechanical housing, maintaining his memories, personality, and cognitive abilities, while discarding the vulnerabilities and limitations of biological existence. But this transformation came at a tremendous cost in terms of mobility and social interaction, leaving him dependent on technological systems and human servants to interact with the physical world. Calvert's reliance on the tribal population of Point Lookout represented one of the most fascinating aspects of his post-war survival strategy. The local inhabitants had developed a primitive but effective society in the decades following the Great War, creating social structures that could provide the professor with the physical assistance he required while remaining simple enough for him to manipulate and control. Through a combination of technological displays and psychological manipulation, he had convinced the tribals that he was a deity deserving of worship and obedience, transforming religious devotion into a practical support system for his continued existence. The irony of Calvert's situation was that his contempt for the very people who enabled his survival created psychological tensions that undermined the stability of his arrangement. He viewed the tribals as primitive and superstitious, barely worthy of the consideration he would have given to laboratory animals in his pre-war research. This attitude prevented him from developing the genuine relationships that might have created more reliable forms of cooperation, forcing him to rely on fear and deception to maintain their loyalty. His technological superiority provided him with short-term advantages, but created long-term vulnerabilities that more socially adept competitors could potentially exploit. The rivalry between Lockhart and Calvert had persisted for over 2 centuries by the time the lone wanderer encountered them in Point Lookout, demonstrating a level of dedication and hatred that transcended normal human emotions. Their conflict had evolved from the professional disagreements and national loyalties that had originally divided them into something more personal and existential. Each man had sacrificed his humanity in different ways to continue their struggle, transforming themselves into creatures that were no longer entirely human, but remained driven by distinctly human passions for revenge and dominance. The specific incidents that had escalated their pre-war rivalry remained deliberately obscured in their conversations with the player character, revealed only through cryptic references to operations involving dogs, presidential candidates, and sabotaged political campaigns. Lockhart spoke of having disrupted Calvert's preferred candidate in ways that suggested electoral manipulation on a massive scale, while Calvert hinted at intelligence operations that had shaped international relations in the years leading up to the Great War. Their casual references to these activities indicated that both men had possessed influence far beyond their official positions, suggesting connections to shadow organizations that operated behind the facades of legitimate government institutions. The implications of the Great Game extended far beyond the personal rivalry between 2 exceptional individuals to encompass a broader conspiracy among pre-war elites who had recognized the signs of approaching apocalypse and taken steps to survive it. Lockhart and Calvert represented only the most visible examples of individuals who had used their positions and resources to ensure their continuation beyond the collapse of civilization. The question that haunted anyone who learned of their story was how many other players remained active in the game, pursuing their own agendas with the same ruthless dedication that had characterized the Point Lookout conflict. The evidence for widespread pre-war knowledge of ghoulification processes appeared throughout the wasteland in forms that suggested systematic research and development rather than accidental discoveries. Eddie Winter, the pre-war crime boss who had become Nick Valentine's most persistent adversary, had undergone deliberate ghoulification with the assistance of an army contact who provided him with both advance warning of the nuclear attack and access to the medical procedures necessary to survive it. Winter's transformation had been motivated by simple self-preservation rather than ideological commitment, but it demonstrated that the techniques for controlled ghoulification were available to individuals outside the intelligence community. The circumstances of Winter's transformation revealed the existence of corruption networks that had penetrated military and scientific institutions at the highest levels. His army contact had possessed not only advanced knowledge of the specific timing of nuclear attacks, but also access to experimental medical procedures that were supposedly classified at levels far above normal military clearance. This suggested that information about the Great Game and its players had been distributed more widely among government and criminal organizations than the official secrecy would have indicated. Winter's post-war activities as a crime boss demonstrated another aspect of how Great Game survivors adapted their pre-war skills and resources to post-apocalyptic conditions. His ghoulified physiology provided him with the longevity necessary to rebuild his criminal empire from the ground up, while his pre-war knowledge of human psychology and organizational dynamics gave him advantages over competitors who had learned their trade in the chaotic conditions of the wasteland. He could draw upon decades of experience in manipulation and violence, while his rivals were still adapting to basic survival challenges. The Mechanist's Lair, discovered during Fallout 4's Automatron expansion, provided perhaps the most disturbing evidence of pre-war ghoulification experiments conducted on an industrial scale. The facility had been operated jointly by the United States military and Robco Industries, combining government authority with corporate resources to pursue research projects that violated every ethical principle that had supposedly governed pre-war scientific investigation. The discovery of ghoulification chambers designed to process multiple subjects simultaneously suggested that the transformation techniques had been refined far beyond the individual procedures undergone by figures like Lockhart and Winter. The presence of robo-brain technology in the Mechanist's facility indicated that consciousness transfer research had also progressed much further than official records suggested. The ability to extract human brains and install them in mechanical bodies represented a level of neurological understanding that contradicted the public narrative about pre-war scientific capabilities. The facility's combination of ghoulification and robotics research suggested that government scientists had been exploring multiple pathways for human enhancement and survival, treating the approaching nuclear war as an opportunity for experimentation rather than a tragedy to be prevented. The systematic memory wiping that had been performed on the facility's test subjects revealed the darker implications of pre-war survival research. The government had not simply been developing techniques to help people survive nuclear war, but had been creating methods for controlling and manipulating the survivors. The ability to selectively erase memories while preserving basic cognitive function suggested plans for post-war social engineering that would have made the most ambitious totalitarian regimes of the pre-war era seem restrained. By comparison, the discovery that these experiments had been conducted in what was clearly a nuclear-hardened bunker indicated that the facility had been designed to continue operations after the Great War began. The researchers had not been preparing to help humanity survive nuclear apocalypse, but had been planning to reshape human nature itself in the aftermath of civilization's collapse. Their vision of the post-war world was not one of recovery and rebuilding, but of transformation and control, with themselves as the architects of whatever society would emerge from the radioactive ashes. The scope of pre-war ghoulification research suggested that knowledge of radiation's transformative effects on human physiology had been accumulating for years or possibly decades before the Great War. The precision with which controlled ghoulification could be achieved indicated extensive experimentation on human subjects, implying the existence of secret research programs that had operated outside the oversight mechanisms that supposedly governed scientific research. The willingness of government officials and corporate executives to authorize such experiments revealed a level of moral corruption that extended far beyond individual bad actors to encompass entire institutional structures. The international dimensions of the Great Game remained largely hidden, but evidence suggested that similar preparations had been undertaken by other nations facing the prospect of nuclear conflict. The presence of foreign agents like Desmond Lockhart in American territory indicated that intelligence services had been sharing information and possibly coordinating their survival strategies across national boundaries. The players in the Great Game may have viewed themselves as representatives of competing nations or ideologies, but their shared recognition of approaching catastrophe had created common interests that transcended traditional political divisions. The question of Chinese participation in pre-war survival preparations remained particularly intriguing given their role as America's primary adversary in the conflicts leading up to the Great War. Admiral Zhao's survival in his nuclear submarine suggested that Chinese military leaders had also made preparations for extended survival in post-war conditions, though his isolation from his homeland made it impossible to determine whether his survival was part of a larger pattern or simply individual initiative. The submarine's advanced technology and extended operational capability indicated that Chinese scientists had also been developing techniques for surviving in hostile post-war environments. The role of civilian corporations in pre-war survival research revealed another dimension of the conspiracy that had shaped the approach to nuclear conflict. Companies like Robco had possessed both the technological capabilities and the financial resources necessary to pursue experimental research programs independently of direct government oversight. Their participation in facilities like the Mechanist's Lair suggested that corporate leaders had been integrated into the Great Game's planning processes, using their industrial resources to support survival strategies that would preserve their power and influence in the post-war world. The Enclave's pre-war origins provided the most comprehensive evidence of organized preparation for post-nuclear survival among American government officials. Their oil rig headquarters had been designed and constructed with the explicit understanding that it would need to function as a completely independent nation after the collapse of mainland American civilization. The scale of resources devoted to the project indicated that high-level government officials had been planning for nuclear war as an inevitable outcome rather than a possibility to be prevented through diplomacy or deterrence. The Enclave's development of advanced power, armor, and energy weapons in the years following the Great War demonstrated that their pre-war preparations had included provisions for continuing technological development, despite the loss of mainland industrial capacity. Their ability to maintain and improve upon pre-war military technology suggested that they had preserved not only equipment, but also the scientific knowledge and manufacturing capabilities necessary to pursue military objectives in the post-war world. This level of preparation required resources and planning that extended far beyond what any single government agency could have accomplished independently. The persistence of Great Game conflicts in the post-war period suggested that the players' motivations extended beyond simple survival to encompass genuine ideological commitments that had survived the transformation of the world. The rivalry between Lockhart and Calvert had continued, not because of material interests or territorial disputes, but because of fundamental disagreements about human nature and social organization that remained relevant even in the changed conditions of the wasteland. Their conflict represented the continuation of pre-war political and philosophical debates under circumstances that had stripped away the social conventions and institutional structures that had previously constrained such disputes. The psychological toll of great game participation became evident in the behavior and mental state of its surviving players. Both Lockhart and Calvert displayed signs of the isolation and paranoia that seemed to characterize individuals who had sacrificed their humanity in pursuit of abstract goals. Their transformations had granted them the longevity necessary to pursue their objectives, but had also separated them from the normal human connections that provided meaning and satisfaction in mortal life. They had become prisoners of their own survival strategies, trapped in conflicts that no longer served any purpose beyond their own continuation. The ethical implications of the Great Game's survival strategies raised disturbing questions about the moral foundations of pre-war civilization. The willingness of government officials, scientists, and corporate leaders to pursue research programs that violated basic human rights suggested that the social and legal constraints that supposedly governed their behavior had been largely ineffective. The ease with which these individuals had abandoned ethical principles when faced with existential threats revealed the superficial nature of the moral commitments that had supposedly distinguished democratic societies from their authoritarian competitors. The legacy of the Great Game continued to shape post-war political developments through the actions of factions like the Enclave and the Institute, organizations that inherited both the resources and the ideological commitments of pre-war players. Their approaches to rebuilding civilization reflected the same willingness to sacrifice individual rights and freedoms in pursuit of abstract goals that had characterized the original conspirators. The techniques of social control and human modification developed in pre-war research facilities found new applications in post-war attempts to create ordered societies from the chaos of the wasteland. The mysteries of the Great Game will continue to unfold in the wasteland's hidden places, revealed through coded messages and ancient rivalries that persist despite the passage of centuries. But for now, let these tales of ambition and transformation carry you towards sleep, where the boundaries between victim and manipulator, survivor and casualty, become as fluid as the dreams that reshape reality according to the deepest desires of the unconscious mind. Rest peacefully, knowing that somewhere in the darkness, the game continues, played by creatures that were once human but have become something both more and less than they originally intended. Beyond the familiar terrors of radiation and mutation that plague the post-war world, there exists evidence of visitors whose origins lie not in the transformation of earthly life, but in the vast emptiness between stars. These are the zetans, beings whose fragile forms belie technologies so advanced that their casual manipulations of space and time make pre-war human science appear primitive by comparison. Their interest in Earth spans not decades or centuries but millennia, suggesting that humanity's nuclear self-destruction was merely one chapter in a much longer story of observation, experimentation, and perhaps something approaching what humans might recognize as scientific curiosity, though filtered through alien perspectives that remain fundamentally incomprehensible to terrestrial minds. The first recorded encounters with these extraterrestrial visitors occurred long before the Great War transformed civilization into scattered communities of survivors, struggling against the harsh realities of a poisoned world. Evidence discovered in pre-war research facilities indicated that government scientists had been studying alien technology and biological specimens for generations, accumulating knowledge that suggested regular contact between Earth and its cosmic observers. The aliens themselves appeared to view human civilization with the detached interest that human scientists might reserve for bacterial cultures, conducting experiments and gathering data without apparent concern for the welfare of their subjects. Archaeological evidence suggested that zetan interest in Earth extended back at least to the 15th century, with abduction accounts and technological artifacts appearing in locations and time periods that predated any human capacity for spaceflight or advanced metallurgy. Cave paintings and ancient texts contain descriptions of silver beings descending from the sky in craft that moved without wind or fire, taking individuals for purposes that remained mysterious to those left behind. These historical encounters established patterns that would persist into the modern era: brief appearances, selective abductions, and the return of subjects bearing strange wounds and fragmented memories of experiences that defied rational explanation. The physical characteristics of the zetans themselves presented puzzles that challenged conventional understanding of how intelligent life might evolve under different planetary conditions. Their bodies were remarkably frail by human standards, with thin limbs and oversized heads that housed brains significantly larger than those of terrestrial species. Their pale, almost translucent skin suggested evolution under different stellar conditions, while their large, dark eyes indicated adaptation to environments with vastly different lighting conditions than those found on Earth. Despite their apparent physical weakness, individual zetans demonstrated surprising resilience when confronted with hostile conditions, suggesting either technological augmentation or biological adaptations that were not immediately visible. The aliens' technological capabilities extended far beyond simple space travel to encompass mastery over fundamental forces that human science barely recognized as theoretical possibilities. Their spacecraft could appear and disappear without generating the energy signatures that should have accompanied such massive accelerations, while their weapons could disable electronic systems across vast distances without producing detectable emissions. Most disturbing was their apparent ability to manipulate time itself, with abductees reporting experiences that lasted days or weeks while only minutes passed in the outside world. The mothership discovered during the events chronicled in Fallout 3's Zeta expansion represented perhaps the most comprehensive glimpse into alien civilization that humanity had ever achieved. The vessel was enormous, beyond easy comprehension, containing entire ecosystems and manufacturing facilities that suggested a completely self-sufficient civilization, capable of existing independently of planetary resources for indefinite periods. The ship's interior revealed evidence of multiple alien species working in apparent cooperation, though the nature of their relationships remained unclear to human observers who lacked the cultural context necessary to interpret their interactions. Within the mothership's research facilities, human visitors discovered laboratories containing specimens and experimental subjects gathered from across centuries of Earth's history. The aliens had been conducting systematic studies of human evolution and development, preserving samples from different historical periods to track the changes in human biology over time. Some abductees had been maintained in stasis for hundreds of years, their bodies serving as living museums of human genetic variation that the aliens could study at their leisure. The discovery of consciousness transfer technology aboard the mothership suggested that the aliens had solved problems of mortality and identity that human science had barely begun to address. Bodies could be discarded and replaced, while consciousness persisted in forms that transcended biological limitations. This capability explained how individual zetans could maintain consistent identities across the centuries of observation and experimentation that characterized their relationship with Earth, though it also raised disturbing questions about what they might consider the essential elements of identity and personhood. Perhaps most unsettling were the hybrid creatures found in the ship's experimental chambers, beings that combined human and alien genetic material in ways that suggested long-term research programs designed to create new forms of life adapted to purposes that remained obscure. These abominations displayed characteristics of both species while belonging fully to neither, their existence suggesting that the aliens viewed biological diversity as raw material for engineering projects. rather than as something possessing inherent value or rights. The hybrid's apparent intelligence and emotional responses made their laboratory captivity particularly disturbing to human observers who recognized familiar elements of consciousness trapped within alien forms. The aliens' interest in human DNA appeared to stem not from admiration for human biological capabilities, but from recognition that human genetic material possessed characteristics that their own species lacked. The resilience and adaptability that had allowed humans to survive in diverse planetary environments contrasted sharply with the aliens' apparent specialization for specific conditions. Human genes might represent a solution to evolutionary limitations that had constrained alien development for millennia, offering pathways toward biological diversity that their own genetic heritage could not provide. The systematic nature of alien data collection suggested research programs that operated according to scientific principles, though filtered through perspectives that remained fundamentally alien to human understanding. The zetans appeared to view entire civilizations as experimental subjects, tracking their development over geological timescales while occasionally intervening to test specific hypotheses or gather particular types of data. Humanity's nuclear war may have represented an especially interesting data point in their long-term studies, providing insights into how technological civilizations responded to existential crises. The aliens' apparent indifference to human suffering during their experiments revealed ethical frameworks that bore no resemblance to terrestrial moral systems. Individual humans were treated as interchangeable components in larger research programs, their deaths and dismemberment no more significant than the destruction of laboratory equipment. This casual cruelty was not motivated by malice, but by complete inability to recognize humans as entities deserving of moral consideration, suggesting that consciousness and intelligence alone were insufficient to guarantee ethical treatment from beings whose evolutionary history had followed radically different pathways. The temporal scope of alien research programs became apparent through examination of their data archives, which contained information spanning millennia of human development. The aliens had been present during major historical events, sometimes as passive observers and occasionally as active participants, whose interventions had shaped the course of human civilization in subtle but significant ways. Technologies that had appeared spontaneously in human cultures might actually have been introduced through alien contact, while historical figures whose achievements seemed inexplicably advanced for their time might have been subjects of alien experimentation or enhancement. The question of whether the aliens had played any role in precipitating the Great War remained tantalizingly unanswered by the evidence available to human investigators. Their research interests included human responses to stress and conflict, making nuclear warfare a potentially valuable source of data about civilization, collapse, and recovery. The timing of increased alien activity in the decades surrounding the war suggested possible correlation, though causation remained impossible to establish given the limited information available about their decision-making processes and long-term objectives. The discovery of brainwave siphoning technology during the invaders from beyond events in Appalachia revealed another dimension of alien research interests focused on consciousness itself, rather than simply biological specimens. The devices they deployed could monitor and record human thought patterns across large geographical areas, suggesting studies of collective human behavior and social organization rather than individual psychology. This shift towards studying humans as social creatures rather than isolated subjects indicated evolution in their research priorities that might reflect new questions about the nature of intelligence and civilization. The aliens' apparent fascination with human emotional responses distinguished their research from the purely mechanical studies that might have been expected from beings with such advanced technology. They seemed particularly interested in fear, aggression, and protective behaviors, creating experimental situations designed to elicit strong emotional reactions from their subjects. This focus on affective rather than cognitive aspects of human psychology suggested that emotions might represent something unique or valuable from their perspective, possibly characteristics that their own species had lost or never developed. The seasonal nature of alien incursions during the Invaders from Beyond events implied that their research programs operated according to schedules and priorities that changed over time. The aliens were not simply passive observers, but active experimenters who modified their approaches based on the data they collected and the questions that emerged from their analysis. This adaptability suggested sophisticated research methodologies that could evolve in response to new discoveries, though the ultimate goals toward which these studies were directed remained completely opaque to human understanding. The aliens' use of advanced stealth technology during most of their Earth operations indicated awareness that discovery by human authorities would complicate their research programs. They preferred to work in secrecy, abducting subjects who would not be missed, and conducting experiments in locations remote from human habitation. This preference for concealment suggested either respect for human territorial claims or simply practical recognition that overt operations would generate responses that might interfere with data collection. The Enclave's pre-war research into alien technology and biology revealed that government scientists had been attempting to reverse engineer zetan capabilities for military applications. These efforts had yielded limited success, producing energy weapons and aircraft that incorporated alien design principles without achieving the full capabilities of their extraterrestrial models. The gap between human understanding and alien achievement remained vast despite decades of study, suggesting that the aliens' technological superiority was based on scientific principles that human researchers had not yet discovered. The psychological impact of alien encounters on human subjects varied dramatically depending on individual resilience and the specific nature of their experiences. Some abductees returned with enhanced abilities or knowledge that suggested beneficial modifications to their neural structure, while others suffered permanent trauma that left them unable to function normally in human society. The aliens appeared to view these varied responses as data points rather than outcomes requiring moral consideration, treating human psychological welfare as an irrelevant side effect of their experimental procedures. The question of whether the aliens possessed individual personalities or operated as components of a collective consciousness remained unresolved despite extensive observation of their behavior patterns. Their actions displayed coordination and purpose that suggested either sophisticated communication systems or shared decision-making processes that transcended individual identity. The implications of either possibility were disturbing for humans accustomed to concepts of personal autonomy and individual rights, suggesting that the aliens might be incapable of recognizing these values even if they were inclined toward more ethical treatment of their subjects. The aliens' apparent immortality or extreme longevity allowed them to pursue research programs that spanned geological timescales, treating the rise and fall of civilizations as short-term fluctuations in longer patterns that required centuries or millennia to understand fully. This temporal perspective explained their apparent indifference to the immediate welfare of individual humans, or even entire human societies, which represented insignificant intervals from their cosmic viewpoint. The destruction of human civilization through nuclear war was merely one data point in studies that encompassed the entire evolutionary history of intelligence on Earth. The discovery that some alien technology remained functional centuries after its abandonment suggested manufacturing processes and materials science far beyond human capabilities. Their devices showed no signs of deterioration despite exposure to radiation and environmental hazards that would have destroyed human equipment within decades. This durability implied mastery over atomic and molecular structures that allowed them to create materials perfectly adapted to specific functions, raising questions about why beings with such capabilities would need to conduct biological experiments on relatively primitive species. The aliens' reproductive biology remained completely mysterious despite the discovery of multiple specimens and extensive biological analysis. No clear sexual dimorphism was apparent among captured aliens, and no evidence existed of alien offspring or family structures. Their apparent genetic uniformity suggested either artificial reproduction systems or evolutionary pathways that had eliminated the biological diversity that characterized terrestrial life. This homogeneity might explain their interest in human genetic material, which represented forms of biological variation that their own species had lost or never possessed. The possibility that different factions or subspecies of aliens might have different relationships with Earth and humanity was suggested by variations in their behavior patterns and technological preferences. Some encounters involved aggressive military-style operations, while others consisted of careful scientific observation with minimal interference. These differences might reflect disagreements among alien groups about appropriate research methodologies, or they might indicate the presence of multiple alien species with different objectives and capabilities operating independently in Earth's vicinity. The ultimate implications of long-term alien presence for human evolution and development remained completely unknown, though the scope and duration of their research suggested that they viewed humanity as something more than a temporary curiosity. Their willingness to invest centuries in studying human civilization implied either genuine scientific interest or practical applications for their research that made the investment worthwhile from their perspective. Whether their long-term intentions were benign, malevolent, or simply indifferent would likely remain unknown until they chose to reveal more of their purposes or capabilities. Throughout the irradiated expanses of post-war America, scattered among the more familiar ruins of cities and military installations, lie the remnants of communities that simply vanished without explanation, leaving behind only empty buildings and unanswered questions that haunt the survivors who stumble upon their abandoned streets. These are not the dramatic ruins created by nuclear fire or the gradual decay of settlements overwhelmed by raiders and super mutants, but places where entire populations disappeared so completely that their fate becomes a mystery more disturbing than any visible catastrophe. The silence of these ghost towns speaks of tragedies that occurred beyond the sight of witnesses, events so complete in their devastation that they erased not only the inhabitants, but the very memory of what transpired in those final moments when normal life transformed into something unimaginable. Fairline Hill Estate stands as perhaps the most poignant example of these vanished communities, a small suburban development north of Milton General Hospital that Preston Garvey remembered as a thriving settlement within his own lifetime. When the sole survivor first encountered the Minuteman leader during the desperate battle at the Museum of Freedom, his stories of the Commonwealth's recent past painted a picture of communities struggling to rebuild despite overwhelming odds. Among these accounts was his casual mention of Fairline Hill Estates as a place where families had worked together to create something approaching normalcy in the post-war world. Children playing in yards while adults tended gardens and maintained the security that kept their small pocket of civilization safe from the dangers that surrounded them. The Preston Garvey, who spoke of Fairline Hill Estates, was not recounting ancient history but describing events from his own memory, places he had visited and people he had known personally. His recognition of the area, when accompanying the sole survivor there years later, carried the weight of personal loss, the grief of someone confronting evidence that hope could be extinguished as completely as individual lives. The settlement, he remembered, had been more than just a collection of survivors sharing resources and security. It had been a genuine community where people had begun to believe that the future might hold something better than mere survival. Yet, when visitors finally reached Fairline Hill Estates in the present day, they found only silence and decay where Preston's memories insisted there should have been life and activity. The suburban streets that should have echoed with conversation and laughter stood empty, except for the sound of wind through broken windows and the occasional growl of yaoguai feeding on human bones in what had once been a community park. The houses showed signs of hasty abandonment rather than gradual decline, with personal belongings left behind by residents who had fled or been taken so quickly that they could not gather their most precious possessions. The evidence of rapid departure permeated every aspect of the abandoned settlement. Meals remained half-prepared in kitchens, where families had been interrupted by whatever crisis had descended upon their community. Children's toys lay scattered in yards where games had been abandoned mid-play. Work projects stood incomplete, tools still positioned as though their users intended to return within minutes to finish tasks that would never be completed. The scene suggested that whatever had happened to the residents of Fairline Hill Estates had occurred without warning, striking so suddenly that preparation or even understanding had been impossible. More disturbing than the signs of hasty evacuation were the defensive modifications that had been made to several of the homes, particularly the northwestern house that had been transformed into a fortress through the addition of chains, barricades, and booby traps. The level of fortification suggested that at least some residents had received advance warning of approaching danger and had taken desperate measures to protect themselves and their families. The sophistication of the defensive arrangements indicated planning and preparation rather than panic, suggesting that the threat they faced was both anticipated and understood to be lethal. The interior of the fortified house told a story that was both tragic and mysterious. The skeleton found on the upper floor still clutched a pipe pistol, positioned as though its owner had been waiting for attackers who might approach from any direction. The weapon's placement and the defensive positioning of furniture throughout the house suggested a prolonged siege rather than a single violent encounter. Whoever had died in that room had been prepared for a battle that he knew he was unlikely to survive, but had chosen to fight anyway, rather than surrender to whatever fate awaited those who submitted to the unknown threat. Below the armed skeleton, in the basement of the fortified house, lay perhaps the most disturbing discovery in all of Fairline Hill Estates. A pack of feral ghouls had been chained in a locked room, accessible only from above through what appeared to be a feeding hatch. The chains were old and had been in place for an extended period, suggesting that these creatures had been imprisoned for months or possibly years before the settlement's final abandonment. The implications of this discovery challenged every assumption about what might have caused the community's destruction. The presence of imprisoned feral ghouls raised questions that had no comfortable answers. These creatures had once been human, their transformation into mindless predators, the result of radiation exposure that had destroyed their cognitive abilities, while preserving their basic motor functions and aggressive instincts. The decision to chain them, rather than end their suffering, suggested emotional connections that had survived their transformation. Family members, or close friends, who could not bring themselves to destroy what remained of people they had once loved, even when those people had become monsters. The most likely explanation for this tragic situation was that the chained ghouls had been residents of Fairline Hill Estates themselves, community members who had undergone ghoulification through exposure to some localized radiation source. Their families and friends, unable to accept the loss of their loved ones, and unwilling to commit what felt like murder, had instead chosen to confine them in hopes that some cure or treatment might eventually be found. The feeding hatch suggested that this imprisonment had been intended as temporary, a desperate measure to protect both the community and the transformed individuals until a better solution could be discovered. The transformation of community members into feral ghouls would explain both the hasty abandonment of the settlement and the desperate defensive measures taken by the remaining residents. The discovery that neighbors and family members were becoming hostile creatures would have created panic and confusion that made organized evacuation nearly impossible. Those who remained would have faced the impossible choice between abandoning their transformed loved ones and staying to care for creatures who might kill them without recognition or remorse. The timing of the ghoulification outbreak at Fairline Hill Estates remained mysterious, as did its cause. The Commonwealth's background radiation levels were insufficient to trigger such rapid and complete transformation, suggesting exposure to a concentrated radiation source that had affected the settlement during a specific incident. Possibilities included the crash or explosion of a nuclear-powered vehicle, the rupture of a pre-war containment system, or the deliberate deployment of radioactive materials by raiders or other hostile forces seeking to claim the settlement's resources. The psychological impact of witnessing friends and family members undergo ghoulification would have been devastating for the surviving residents. Unlike the gradual transformation that had created most of the Commonwealth's intelligent ghoul population, feral ghoulification was irreversible and complete, destroying personality and memory, while preserving only the most basic biological functions. The creatures that remained bore the faces of loved ones but possessed none of their humanity, creating a form of loss that was more traumatic than ordinary death because it left behind living reminders of what had been destroyed. The mystery of Fairline Hill Estates was compounded by the complete absence of evidence regarding what had happened to the residents who had not been transformed into ghouls. The settlement's population had clearly included dozens of individuals based on the number of prepared homes and personal belongings left behind, yet only a handful of feral ghouls remained to mark their passing. The majority of the community had vanished as completely as though they had never existed, leaving no bodies, no signs of struggle, and no indications of where they might have gone when they finally abandoned their transformed neighbors. One possibility was that the survivors had fled the area entirely, seeking refuge in other settlements, or attempting to establish new communities in regions unaffected by whatever radiation source had caused the ghoulification outbreak. The Commonwealth's dangerous travel conditions and limited communication networks would have made it difficult for such refugees to maintain contact with their former neighbors, explaining why Preston Garvey had never learned what became of people he had once known personally. Another, more disturbing possibility was that the survivors had been captured or killed by whoever or whatever had been responsible for the radiation exposure in the first place. If the ghoulification had been the result of deliberate action rather than accident, the perpetrators might have returned to eliminate witnesses or claim the settlement's resources. The defensive fortifications in the northwestern house suggested that at least some residents had been preparing for human attackers rather than mutated wildlife, indicating awareness of threats that extended beyond environmental hazards. The pattern of mysterious community disappearances extended far beyond Fairline Hill Estates to encompass settlements throughout the Commonwealth and beyond, suggesting that whatever forces were responsible operated according to methods that left few survivors and even fewer witnesses. These vanished communities shared certain characteristics that might provide clues about the nature of the threats they faced, though the evidence remained fragmentary and open to multiple interpretations. Many of the disappeared settlements had been located in areas with strategic value, near water sources, along major trade routes, or in defensible positions that would have made them attractive to raiders or military forces seeking to establish bases of operation. This pattern suggested that at least some community disappearances might have been the result of forced relocations or massacres carried out by groups powerful enough to eliminate entire populations without leaving evidence of their pattern Actions. Other vanished settlements had been situated in areas with unusual environmental characteristics, high radiation readings, geological instability, or proximity to pre-war industrial sites that might have contained hazardous materials. These locations might have become uninhabitable due to environmental changes that occurred gradually over time, forcing residents to abandon their homes when conditions became too dangerous to endure. The absence of bodies in such cases could be explained by successful evacuation rather than mysterious disappearance. The psychological impact of encountering these ghost towns extended beyond mere curiosity to encompass existential fears about the fragility of community and the possibility that any settlement might face similar fates. Survivors who had worked for years to build new lives and establish secure homes could find their confidence shattered by evidence that entire communities had been erased so completely that their existence could be questioned. The knowledge that such disappearances had occurred within living memory made them seem more threatening than ancient ruins that had been destroyed during the Great War itself. Vault 19 in the Mojave Wasteland presented another variation on the theme of vanished communities, though in this case, the mystery centered not on where the residents had gone, but on why they had chosen to leave a facility that had been designed to protect them from the dangers of the post-war world. The Vault's experimental division of residents into competing red and blue factions had been intended to study conflict resolution under controlled conditions, but the systematic psychological manipulation built into the facility's design had created pressures that ultimately proved unbearable for the community it housed. The terminal entries and recorded messages left behind by Vault 19's residents documented the gradual breakdown of their society as Vault-Tech's experimental protocols took effect. The artificial scarcity created by deliberately sabotaged systems had forced the red and blue factions into competition for resources that should have been abundant. The ultra-high frequency sounds that disrupted sleep cycles had created chronic stress and irritability that made cooperation increasingly difficult. Most insidiously, the subtle psychological conditioning built into the Vault's daily routines had amplified natural human tendencies towards suspicion and tribal loyalty until they became destructive forces that threatened the survival of the entire community. Yet despite the evidence of mounting tensions and psychological pressure, no signs existed of the violent conflict that Vault-Tech's researchers had apparently expected and perhaps hoped to observe. The facility showed no damage from internal warfare, no barricades or improvised weapons that would have indicated armed struggle between the factions. The residents had simply vanished, leaving behind personal belongings and unfinished projects that suggested departure had been sudden but not necessarily violent. The powder gangers who eventually occupied Vault 19 claimed to have found the facility completely abandoned when they arrived, though their criminal backgrounds made their testimony unreliable. Their preference for occupying only the upper levels of the vault, due to fire gecko infestations in the lower chambers, suggested that environmental hazards might have played a role in the original residents' departure. The geckos themselves could not have been responsible for driving out an entire vault population, but their presence indicated that the facility's environmental controls had failed in ways that might have made long-term habitation impossible. The possibility that Vault 19's residents had achieved some form of successful conflict resolution and departed together to establish a new community elsewhere represented the most optimistic interpretation of their disappearance. The psychological pressures created by Vault-Tech's experiments might have forced them to confront their artificial divisions and work together to find solutions that transcended the red versus blue paradigm that had been imposed upon them. Their departure could have represented a collective rejection of the experimental conditions rather than submission to them. Alternatively, The vault dwellers might have succumbed to environmental hazards that had nothing to do with Vault-Tech's social experiments. The sulfur caves beneath the facility could have released toxic gases that made the vault uninhabitable, forcing evacuation to prevent slow death from poisoning. The fire geckos that had claimed the lower levels might have been symptoms of broader ecological changes that had made the area unsuitable for human habitation, regardless of the vault's protective systems. The pattern of community disappearances throughout the post-war world suggested that the challenges facing rebuilding civilization extended far beyond the obvious threats of radiation, mutation, and resource scarcity. Social cohesion itself appeared to be fragile under post-war conditions, with communities that seemed stable and successful one day simply vanishing the next without explanation or trace. The causes of these disappearances remained hidden, operating through mechanisms that left no witnesses and few clues about what forces were capable of erasing entire populations so completely. Environmental factors played roles in some disappearances, with radiation storms, toxic spills, and ecological changes, creating conditions that forced rapid evacuation or slow death. Human predators accounted for others, with raiders, slavers, and military forces claiming settlements through violence that left no survivors to report what had occurred. But many vanished communities defied explanation through conventional causes, suggesting that the post-war world harbored threats that remained poorly understood by those struggling to survive within it. The psychological impact of unexplained disappearances created ripple effects that extended far beyond the immediate victims to encompass the broader survivor community. Traders and travelers who had once relied on certain settlements for supplies and shelter would arrive to find empty buildings and unanswered questions. The knowledge that entire communities could vanish without warning made long-term planning more difficult and discouraged the kind of cooperation between settlements that would have been necessary for large-scale reconstruction efforts. Preston Garvey's reaction to Fairline Hill Estates exemplified the personal trauma that could result from encountering evidence of vanished communities. His memories of the settlement as a functioning community made its abandonment a personal loss rather than simply an abstract tragedy. The knowledge that people he had known and places he had visited could disappear so completely challenged his faith in the possibility of lasting positive change in the Commonwealth. The defensive preparations found in some abandoned settlements suggested that at least some communities had received advance warning of whatever threats ultimately claimed them. The time and resources invested in fortifications indicated that residents had believed resistance was possible, even if ultimately futile. These preparations might provide clues about the nature of the threats they faced, though the absence of survivors made it difficult to determine whether defensive measures had simply been inadequate or whether the dangers had evolved beyond what conventional preparations could address. The artifacts left behind in vanished settlements created archaeological puzzles that might eventually yield insights into the nature of the disappearances. Personal belongings, incomplete projects, and abandoned equipment preserved the final moments of community life, like insects trapped in amber, providing evidence about what residents had been doing when normalcy ended forever. These frozen scenes of interrupted daily life might contain patterns that could reveal the warning signs that preceded community disappearances. The economic impact of vanished settlements extended beyond the immediate loss of population to encompass the disruption of trade networks and resource-sharing arrangements that had begun to develop between surviving communities. The Commonwealth's fragile economy depended on predictable relationships between settlements, and the knowledge that trading partners might simply vanish without warning made long-term commercial planning nearly impossible. In all the mysteries that haunt the post-apocalyptic landscape, none captures the imagination quite like the enigma of the mysterious stranger, a figure whose appearances throughout the wasteland span decades and transcend the normal boundaries of space and time with an ease that suggests powers beyond mortal understanding. This solitary gunman materializes from nowhere during moments of desperate combat, delivers swift and decisive aid to those who need it most, then vanishes without explanation or acknowledgement, leaving behind only the echo of his signature revolver and the lingering questions of those who witnessed his impossible interventions. The stranger's legend stretches back through multiple generations of wasteland survivors, creating a mythology that has grown with each telling while maintaining certain consistent elements that suggest genuine encounters rather than mere folklore. His appearance has varied over the years and across different regions, sometimes manifesting as a clean-shaven young man with an air of timeless confidence, other times as a weathered figure sporting a full mustache that speaks of years spent wandering the dangerous roads between settlements. The changes in his appearance might represent the natural aging of a long-lived individual, or they could indicate the presence of multiple mysterious strangers operating according to shared principles and methods. The weapon that serves as the stranger's calling card has remained remarkably consistent across all documented encounters. A distinctive magnum revolver, whose report creates a unique musical signature that survivors learn to recognize even when they cannot see the weapon itself. The sound of this gun firing has become legendary among wasteland communities, a moment of hope that signals the arrival of unexpected aid in desperate circumstances. Those fortunate enough to survive encounters where the stranger appeared often describe the weapon's report as both beautiful and terrifying, a sound that seems to carry supernatural authority over life and death. Nick Valentine's investigation into the mysterious stranger phenomenon represented the most systematic attempt to understand this enigmatic figure through traditional detective methods, though even the synthetic detective's enhanced analytical capabilities proved inadequate when confronted with evidence that defied logical explanation. Valentine's case files documented sightings spanning decades and covering vast geographical distances, creating patterns that would have been impossible for any normal individual to achieve through conventional travel methods. The detective's frustration with the case became evident in his increasingly desperate attempts to find rational explanations for phenomena that seemed to operate outside the normal rules of causality and physics. The scope of Valentine's investigation revealed that stranger sightings had been reported throughout the former United States, from the new California Republic's western territories to the Commonwealth's eastern settlements, with documented appearances in virtually every major population center that had survived the Great War. The consistency of descriptions across such vast distances and diverse communities suggested either a single individual capable of impossible mobility or a coordinated network of operatives working with shared equipment and methods. Valentine's preference for the single individual theory reflected his detective's instinct that the personal nature of many encounters indicated genuine individual agency rather than organizational activity. Valentine's characterization of the stranger as potentially dangerous revealed the detective's growing concern about an individual who operated completely outside legal and social constraints while wielding lethal force according to personal judgment. The stranger's interventions always resulted in deaths, with his targets chosen according to criteria that remained opaque to outside observers. While his victims were typically threatening the lives of innocent people, the absence of due process or oversight in these executions created troubling precedents for vigilante justice that could easily be perverted toward less noble purposes. The detective's reference to the stranger as possibly being a ghoul with minimal scarring represented his attempt to find biological explanations for the figure's apparent longevity and resistance to environmental hazards. Ghouls possessed extended lifespans and enhanced durability that could explain how one individual might survive long enough to build the extensive reputation that surrounded the mysterious stranger phenomenon. The minimal scarring hypothesis would account for the stranger's relatively normal appearance in most encounters, as some ghouls retained human-like features when their transformation had been gradual rather than traumatic. The thermal detection technology that Valentine wished the Institute had provided him suggested that the stranger possessed either advanced stealth capabilities or supernatural powers that rendered conventional tracking methods ineffective. The synthetic detective's technical background made him acutely aware of how difficult it would be for any individual to evade the sophisticated sensors and surveillance systems that pre-war technology could deploy. The stranger's ability to appear and disappear without triggering such detection implied access to technologies that exceeded even the Institute's capabilities, or abilities that transcended technological solutions entirely. Valentine's reaction when the stranger appeared during combat with the sole survivor provided crucial evidence about the phenomenon's reality and consistency. The detective's immediate recognition of the figure and his frustrated attempts to pursue someone who had vanished moments after appearing demonstrated that stranger encounters were genuine events rather than hallucinations or folklore. Valentine's professional composure cracked in the face of evidence that challenged his understanding of how reality was supposed to operate, revealing the psychological impact that the stranger's impossible existence had on those who encountered him repeatedly. The timing of stranger appearances suggested either supernatural awareness of developing combat situations or monitoring capabilities that exceeded anything available to human observers. The figure materialized at precisely the moments when his intervention would be most effective, arriving neither too early nor too late to maximize his impact on the outcome of violent encounters. This perfect timing implied either precognitive abilities or surveillance systems so advanced that they could predict violent confrontations before they developed into life-threatening situations. The Lonesome Drifter's story provided the most compelling evidence for the stranger's human origins and biological reality, though it also raised new questions about the nature of his powers and the mechanisms by which they might be inherited. The young wanderer's account of his father matched descriptions of the mysterious stranger so precisely that coincidence seemed impossible, while his possession of the mysterious magnum created tangible connections between family history and legend that could not be dismissed as imagination or wishful thinking. The drifter's description of his father as a mysterious fella who was like a stranger sometimes, even to his own family, suggested that the stranger's unusual nature had manifested in his personal relationships as well as his public appearances. The implication that even intimate family connections could not fully penetrate the enigma of his identity indicated psychological or supernatural barriers that prevented normal human bonding despite apparent biological relationships. The father's abandonment of his family might have been motivated by recognition that his nature made normal domestic life impossible or dangerous for those around him. The inheritance of the mysterious magnum from father to son created questions about whether the weapon itself possessed supernatural properties or whether it was simply a tool that became extraordinary in the hands of those with the proper abilities. The guitar that accompanied the gun in the drifter's inheritance suggested that musical and martial talents might be related aspects of whatever gifts the stranger possessed, with both requiring precise timing and supernatural awareness to achieve their effects. The weapon's ability to produce its distinctive musical report might have been as important as its lethality in establishing the stranger's legendary status. The drifter's decision to lead a relatively normal life as a traveling musician, rather than following his father's path as a mysterious interventionist, suggested that whatever powers might run in the family were not automatically expressed, or compulsive. The choice to use inherited abilities for entertainment rather than violence indicated that the stranger's role as a protector of innocence might reflect personal values rather than supernatural compulsion, making his consistent behavior across decades even more remarkable as evidence of unwavering moral commitment. The possibility that multiple generations of the same family might possess similar abilities raised questions about whether the stranger phenomenon was unique to one bloodline or might manifest in other families with the proper genetic heritage. The absence of other known relatives with similar abilities suggested either that such gifts were extremely rare or that other family members had chosen to use their powers in ways that did not create legendary reputations. The stranger's distinctive approach to using his abilities might reflect personal choice rather than the inevitable expression of inherited capabilities. The weapon's musical signature served multiple functions beyond simple identification, creating psychological effects that enhanced its tactical utility while establishing the stranger's presence as something transcendent rather than merely practical. The haunting melody that accompanied each shot transformed moments of violence into experiences that survivors remembered with mixture of gratitude and awe, elevating lethal intervention into something approaching artistic expression. The music created emotional responses that made encounters with the stranger feel significant in ways that went beyond their immediate survival benefits. The stranger's apparent immortality, or extreme longevity, created philosophical questions about the nature of heroism when extended across timescales that exceeded normal human understanding. An individual who intervened in violent conflicts for decades without aging or dying operated according to motivations that transcended the immediate rewards and satisfactions that drove most human behavior. The consistency of his moral choices across such extended time periods suggested either supernatural compulsion toward goodness or personal commitment to principles that remained unchanged despite witnessing the full scope of human cruelty and failure. The absence of any known communication from the stranger himself created interpretive challenges that left observers to speculate about his motivations and methods based solely on his actions. His refusal to speak during encounters might reflect supernatural constraints that prevented normal social interaction, or it could represent personal choice to maintain the mystery that was essential to his effectiveness. The silence that surrounded his appearances made each intervention feel like divine judgment rather than human assistance, elevating his actions beyond the realm of ordinary heroism into something approaching mythological significance. The stranger's apparent invulnerability during combat encounters suggested either advanced protective technology or supernatural immunity to conventional weapons. Witnesses described him moving through gunfire without apparent concern for his safety, engaging multiple armed opponents with confidence that bordered on supernatural certainty about the outcomes. This invulnerability might have been real or illusory, with advanced tactics and equipment creating the appearance of immunity while carefully managing actual risks to acceptable levels. The psychological impact of stranger encounters on their beneficiaries often extended far beyond the immediate relief of surviving dangerous situations to encompass lasting changes in worldview and personal values. Survivors frequently reported that witnessing the stranger's intervention had restored their faith in the possibility of goodness in a world that seemed designed to crush hope and decency. The knowledge that someone was watching and willing to intervene on behalf of innocence provided psychological comfort that helped people maintain moral principles despite environmental pressures towards cynicism and brutality. The selective nature of stranger interventions raised questions about the criteria he used to determine which situations required his involvement and which could be left to resolve themselves through natural means. Not every violent encounter in the wasteland attracted his attention, suggesting either limited awareness of developing situations or deliberate choices about when intervention would be appropriate or effective. The pattern of his appearances implied sophisticated judgment about when his unique capabilities were truly necessary versus when normal human courage and skill would be sufficient. The legend of the mysterious stranger had become integrated into wasteland folklore in ways that influenced behavior and expectations even among those who had never personally encountered him. Children grew up hearing stories about the mysterious protector who appeared in moments of greatest need, while adults made decisions based partly on hopes that truly desperate situations might attract supernatural assistance. This cultural impact extended the stranger's influence far beyond his direct interventions to encompass the moral framework that shaped how communities responded to violence and injustice. The stranger's relationship with technology appeared ambivalent, with his reliance on a conventional firearm suggesting either preference for traditional methods or supernatural enhancement of ordinary tools, rather than dependence on advanced equipment. His ability to appear and disappear seemed to operate independently of visible technology, while his perfect timing suggested information-gathering capabilities that exceeded conventional surveillance. The combination of high-tech awareness with low-tech implementation created a unique operational profile that maximized effectiveness while maintaining the mystique that was essential to his legendary status. The possibility that the stranger might be connected to pre-war government experiments in human enhancement or consciousness transfer remained speculative, but provided potential explanations for abilities that seemed to transcend normal human limitations. Secret military programs, designed to create super soldiers or intelligence operatives with enhanced capabilities, might have produced individuals whose abilities and lifespans far exceeded normal parameters. The stranger's apparent age and consistency of behavior across decades would be consistent with such experimental origins, though no direct evidence supported this hypothesis. The ethical implications of the stranger's vigilante activities created complex moral questions about justice and authority in societies that lacked effective law enforcement institutions. His interventions consistently protected innocent people from immediate harm, but the broader social effects of extra-legal violence remained problematic, regardless of its immediate benefits. The absence of due process or appeal in his judgments created precedents that could be misused by less principled individuals claiming similar authority, while his effectiveness might discourage the development of legitimate legal institutions that post-war communities needed for long-term stability. The mystery of the stranger's ultimate goals remained as opaque as his origins, with his actions suggesting commitment to protecting innocent life without revealing any broader agenda or long-term objectives. His interventions appeared reactive rather than proactive, responding to immediate threats rather than working to address the systemic causes of violence and injustice that plagued post-war society. This reactive approach might reflect supernatural constraints that limited his ability to engage in broader social engineering, or it could represent personal choice to limit his interventions to situations where his unique capabilities were essential. In the deepest places of the post-war world, where radiation has seeped into the very foundations of reality and ancient stones remember secrets that predate human civilization, there exist forces that mock our understanding of what is natural and what is aberrant in this transformed landscape. These are the Eldritch mysteries that whisper through cracked concrete and sing in frequencies that human ears were never meant to perceive, emanations from realms that exist parallel to our own, yet separated by barriers so thin that nuclear fire has begun to burn them away. The Dunwich mystery represents perhaps the most profound of these otherworldly intrusions, a conspiracy of darkness that stretches from the corporate boardrooms of the old world to the ritual chambers, where madmen offer sacrifices to entities whose names cannot be spoken without inviting their attention. The Dunwich building stands like a monument to humanity's hubris, its corporate facade concealing chambers where the boundaries between science and sorcery dissolved long before the Great War transformed the world into a wasteland of competing nightmares. This was once the headquarters of Dunwich Borers LLC, a mining company whose operations had extended far beyond the extraction of conventional materials to encompass the excavation of things that should have remained buried in the deepest places of the earth. Their drilling equipment had pierced veils that separated dimensions. Their mining operations had awakened consciousness that had slumbered since before the first human learned to make fire, and their corporate ambitions had opened doorways that could never be closed again. The building's interior defied the laws of physics in ways that became more pronounced the deeper one ventured into its contaminated halls. Objects would fly across rooms without visible cause, moving with purposeful intelligence that suggested invisible hands guiding their trajectories toward specific targets. Holotapes would activate spontaneously, broadcasting messages from employees who had documented their descent into madness during the months leading up to the Great War. These recordings spoke of shared nightmares that had invaded the sleep of multiple workers, visions of vast underground chambers filled with writhing shadows and the sound of something immense breathing in the darkness beneath the earth. The electromagnetic anomalies that plagued the Dunwich building created pockets of distorted space where normal sensory perception became unreliable and dangerous. Visitors would experience hallucinations that felt more real than ordinary reality, glimpsing scenes from the building's pre-war operations that revealed the true nature of the research being conducted in its deepest laboratories. These visions showed corporate executives meeting with figures whose faces could not be remembered after the hallucination ended, scientists performing experiments on subjects that might once have been human but had been transformed into something that defied biological classification. The basement of the Dunwich building housed the epicenter of the otherworldly influence that had corrupted the entire structure, a massive black obelisk carved from stone that matched no known geological formations and covered with symbols that predated any human writing system by millions of code years. This monument to alien intelligence pulsed with energies that registered on radiation detectors while simultaneously affecting consciousness in ways that no scientific instrument could measure. Standing near the obelisk induced profound psychological changes in most visitors, creating feelings of cosmic insignificance mixed with terrible understanding of humanity's true place in a universe populated by entities whose power made human civilization seem as temporary and fragile as morning frost. The obelisk's presence had transformed the entire building into a focal point for supernatural activity that operated according to rules that violated every principle of conventional physics. Radiation readings near the monument showed patterns that responded to human emotions and thoughts, spiking when visitors experienced fear or anger, while remaining relatively stable around those who maintained mental equilibrium. Geiger counters would click frantically in the presence of intense psychological states, suggesting that consciousness itself had become a form of energy that could be detected and measured by instruments designed for entirely different purposes. The corporate records discovered throughout the building documented Dunwich Borers' gradual transition from legitimate mining operations to something far more sinister as their excavations encountered geological formations that should not have existed. Deep core samples had revealed chambers that extended far below the maximum depths that conventional drilling could reach, while ground-penetrating radar had detected structures that seemed to shift and change between survey sessions. The company's geologists had documented mineral compositions that included elements not found on the periodic table, while their archaeologists had discovered artifacts that carbon dating placed at ages that predated the formation of the Earth itself. The transformation of Dunwich borers employees from ordinary corporate workers into cultists devoted to otherworldly entities had occurred gradually over months of exposure to influences emanating from their deepest excavations. Personnel files showed increasing rates of psychological counseling requests and medical leave applications, as workers began experiencing symptoms that company doctors could neither diagnose nor treat. Productivity had declined as employees called in sick with mysterious ailments that seemed to affect their minds rather than their bodies, while security reports documented after-hours intrusions by figures that cast no shadows and left no fingerprints on surfaces they had clearly touched. The pre-war human sacrifices conducted in the building's lower levels represented the culmination of the corporate cult's descent into madness, though the term sacrifice implied voluntary religious devotion that bore little resemblance to what had actually occurred. The victims had been company employees who had begun asking inconvenient questions about the changes in their workplace, whistleblowers who had attempted to contact government regulators about safety violations, and investigators who had gotten too close to understanding the true nature of Dunwich borers' operations. Their deaths had been ritualistic but practical, eliminating threats to corporate security, while providing the otherworldly entities with the human consciousness they seemed to require for their continued influence in terrestrial reality. The expansion of Dunwich influence beyond the original building site became evident with the discovery of Dunwich borers' quarry in the Commonwealth, where similar supernatural phenomena had manifested decades after the Great War's conclusion. The quarry's operations had apparently continued even after nuclear devastation had destroyed conventional mining equipment, with evidence suggesting that work had been carried out by figures who required neither food nor rest to maintain their excavation activities. The pit itself had been carved to depths that conventional mining equipment could never have achieved, following geometric patterns that hurt the eyes of anyone who studied them for extended periods. The raiders who had occupied Dunwich borers' quarry showed signs of psychological influence that went beyond the usual brutality and antisocial behavior that characterized such groups. Their conversations included references to dreams that felt more real than waking life, visions of vast spaces beneath the earth where things that had never been human performed tasks whose purposes remained incomprehensible to mortal minds. The constant sound of machinery that echoed from the quarry's depths continued even when no visible equipment was operating, suggesting that excavation work was being conducted by forces that operated independently of human oversight or conventional technology. The pre-war human sacrifice witnessed through psychic flashback in the quarry revealed the continuation of ritualistic practices that had begun in the original Dunwich building decades earlier. The ceremony had been conducted with corporate efficiency rather than religious fervor, suggesting that the cultists viewed their otherworldly devotion as simply another business practice necessary for maintaining profitable operations. The victim had been prepared according to specific procedures documented in corporate manuals that treated human sacrifice as a routine maintenance activity rather than a sacred ritual, reducing the ultimate violation of human dignity to a series of procedural steps that could be performed by any properly trained employee. The acoustic anomalies that plagued both Dunwich locations created auditory hallucinations that revealed information about the entities whose influence had corrupted these sites. Visitors would hear voices speaking in languages that had never been used by human tongues, conversations that discussed human civilization with the detached interest that human scientists might reserve for bacterial cultures. The voices spoke of timescales that encompassed geological epochs, of projects that would require millions of years to complete, and of humanity as a temporary obstacle to plans that had been initiated before the first mammals had evolved from their reptilian ancestors. The geological impossibilities discovered at Dunwich sites suggested that the entities behind these operations possessed the ability to manipulate matter at the atomic level, creating materials and structures that defied conventional understanding of chemistry and physics. Stone had been carved with precision that exceeded the capabilities of any known cutting tool, while chambers had been excavated in shapes that violated Euclidean geometry in ways that made them larger inside than their external dimensions could accommodate. The excavation techniques employed at these sites had created spaces that seemed to exist partially outside normal three-dimensional reality, accessible from terrestrial entry points, but extending into regions that could not be mapped using conventional surveying methods. Pikman's artistic madness provided another manifestation of Dunwich influence, though in his case the otherworldly corruption had expressed itself through creative rather than corporate channels. The disturbed artist's paintings depicted scenes that matched the visions experienced by Dunwich employees, suggesting that exposure to these influences created consistent hallucinations rather than random psychological symptoms. His artworks showed vast eyes watching from impossible angles, geometric patterns that seemed to move when observed peripherally, and figures that combined human and alien characteristics in ways that suggested evolutionary possibilities that natural selection had never explored. The connection between Pikman's insanity and the Dunwich mystery became explicit through evidence found in Fallout Shelter's expanded narrative, where the artist described his madness as the result of contact with an elder evil that had corrupted his perception of reality. His investigation into Dunwich Company operations had brought him into contact with forces that had permanently altered his consciousness, granting him insights into cosmic truths that human minds were not equipped to process safely. The knowledge he had gained about the true nature of reality had driven him to madness, but had also provided him with understanding that he expressed through artistic creations that served as warnings about threats that conventional language could not adequately describe. The ritualistic elements of Pikman's artistic process reflected the same procedural approach to otherworldly contact that had characterized Dunwich corporate operations, though his motivations remained focused on creating beauty rather than profit. His incorporation of human remains into his paintings served multiple functions beyond mere shock value, creating physical connections between his artwork and the consciousness of his subjects that allowed the otherworldly entities to extend their influence through aesthetic appreciation. Viewers who spent extended time contemplating his paintings would begin experiencing the same visions and auditory hallucinations that had driven the artist himself to madness, creating a chain of infection that spread otherworldly influence through cultural rather than geographic vectors. The temporal distortions that occurred near Dunwich sites suggested that the entities behind these phenomena existed partially outside conventional space-time, able to manipulate cause and effect relationships in ways that made linear chronology meaningless. Events would occur before their apparent causes, while effects would manifest in locations separated by vast distances from their origins. Visitors to these sites would sometimes experience memories of events that had not yet occurred, while security cameras would record activities taking place in rooms that were simultaneously empty when viewed directly. The influence of Dunwich entities on local weather patterns created atmospheric anomalies that persisted long after their direct interventions had ended. Fog would appear without meteorological cause, forming geometric patterns that resembled the symbols carved into the mysterious obelisk. Shadows would fall in directions that contradicted the position of the sun, while temperature readings would show localized cold spots that had no apparent relationship to environmental conditions. These weather anomalies served as markers for areas where the boundaries between dimensions had been weakened by otherworldly influence, creating persistent wounds in reality that might never fully heal. The biological effects of prolonged exposure to Dunwich influence extended far beyond conventional radiation poisoning to encompass fundamental changes in genetic structure that produced mutations unlike anything seen elsewhere in the post-war world. Plants grew in twisted configurations that defied botanical principles, their leaves blackened by energies that had nothing to do with nuclear contamination. Animals that ventured too close to these sites would undergo transformations that created new organ systems designed for functions that served no apparent survival purpose, while their behavior patterns would change in ways that suggested external control rather than natural instinct. The corporate conspiracy that had enabled Dunwich operations to continue despite obvious violations of safety regulations and human rights revealed the extent to which otherworldly influence had penetrated pre-war government and business institutions. Regulatory agencies had ignored obvious warning signs about the company's activities, while law enforcement officials had refused to investigate reports of missing persons and unusual activities at Dunwich facilities. The entities behind these operations had possessed the ability to manipulate human consciousness on a massive scale, creating networks of corruption and complicity that ensured their projects could continue without interference from legitimate authorities. The international scope of Dunwich influence suggested that similar operations had been conducted by subsidiary companies and partner organizations throughout the world, creating a global network of excavation sites and research facilities dedicated to weakening the barriers between dimensions. Corporate records referenced international colleagues who shared research data and operational techniques, while archaeological evidence suggested that similar monuments and excavation sites existed in other countries that had been affected by the Great War. The nuclear destruction that had devastated human civilization might have been partially orchestrated by these entities as a means of eliminating obstacles to their long-term plans for terrestrial transformation. The technological applications of otherworldly knowledge had enabled Dunwich researchers to develop equipment and procedures that exceeded the theoretical limits of pre-war science, though these advances came at costs that no ethical scientific program would have accepted. Drilling equipment that could penetrate solid rock without generating heat or debris had been created using principles that violated conservation of energy, while excavation techniques had been developed that could carve spaces in solid stone without removing material. These impossible technologies had been powered by energies drawn directly from the consciousness of human test subjects, creating a direct connection between technological advancement and human suffering that made every scientific breakthrough complicit in ongoing atrocities. The persistence of Dunwich influence decades after the Great War indicated that nuclear destruction had actually strengthened these entities rather than weakening them, providing them with additional sources of exotic energy, while eliminating many of the human institutions that had attempted to monitor and contain their activities. The breakdown of government oversight and scientific peer review had allowed their operations to expand without constraint, while the chaos of post-war survival had made it easier to conduct experiments on human subjects who had few alternatives and no legal protections. The entities had adapted their methods to post-war conditions while maintaining their fundamental objectives of preparing Earth for transformation, according to their incomprehensible vision of cosmic order. The psychological defense mechanisms that some individuals developed against Dunwich influence suggested that human consciousness possessed latent capabilities for resisting otherworldly corruption, though these defenses required training and preparation that most people lacked. Meditation techniques that focused on maintaining clear awareness of immediate sensory experience could provide partial protection against hallucinatory influences, while emotional stability and rational thinking could prevent the psychological breakdown that made individuals vulnerable to mental manipulation. However, these defenses were ultimately inadequate against prolonged exposure, serving only to delay rather than prevent the inevitable corruption of human consciousness by forces that operated according to principles that transcended terrestrial reality. The eschatological implications of Dunwich operations suggested that these entities viewed the transformation of Earth as part of larger cosmic processes that encompassed the evolution of consciousness throughout the universe. Their interest in human civilization was not focused on immediate conquest or exploitation, but on long-term preparation for changes that would affect entire galaxies over millions of years. Humanity's role in these cosmic plans remained unclear, though evidence suggested that human consciousness possessed characteristics that were valuable to entities whose own awareness operated according to completely different principles. In the shadowed corners of the post-war world, where conventional madness meets artistic vision, and the boundaries between creation and destruction blur like watercolors in radioactive rain, there exists a phenomenon that challenges every assumption about the relationship between beauty and horror. The mysterious paintings created by the enigmatic figure, known only as Pikman, represent more than mere artistic expression. They are windows into realms of experience that human consciousness was never meant to explore. Visual manifestations of truth so terrible that they can only be communicated through imagery that bypasses rational thought and speaks directly to the primitive fears that lurk in the deepest recesses of the human psyche. Pikman himself remains as much a mystery as his disturbing creations, a figure whose identity shifts between vigilante protector and deranged killer, depending on the perspective of those who encounter his work. His gallery in Boston's North End serves as both sanctuary and trap, a place where art lovers can witness expressions of cosmic horror, while raiders seeking vengeance find themselves confronting forces they never anticipated. The building itself has become a fortress of creativity, defended by someone whose methods blur the line between artistic integrity and homicidal obsession, creating a unique form of cultural preservation that requires regular applications of lethal force to maintain. The paintings that line Pikman's gallery walls depict scenes that seem to shift and change when viewed from different angles or in different lighting conditions, creating the unsettling impression that the images possess a form of consciousness that responds to the presence of observers. Enormous eyes dominate many of the compositions, staring out from canvases with an intensity that makes viewers feel exposed and vulnerable, as though these painted organs of vision can perceive thoughts and intentions that their owners believe to be private. The eyes are rendered with technical skill that transcends mere artistic ability, capturing qualities of awareness and intelligence that suggest the artist has observed actual entities possessing such characteristics. The distressed and anguished figures that populate Pikman's other works display anatomical knowledge that goes beyond conventional artistic training to encompass understanding of how psychological trauma manifests in physical form. Bodies are twisted not just by external violence, but by internal pressures that have warped bone and muscle according to the shapes that despair creates when given physical expression. The faces of these tortured subjects convey emotions that have no names in human language, states of being that exist only in the spaces between sanity and madness, where consciousness encounters truths too terrible for rational comprehension. The revelation that Pikman exclusively targets raiders for his artistic projects transforms his work from random psychopathy into a form of vigilante justice that operates according to aesthetic rather than legal principles. His victims are selected not for their specific crimes but for their willingness to harm innocents, making them raw material for artistic expressions that serve both as warnings to other predators and as memorials to their unnamed victims. The transformation of human remains into artistic statements represents a form of poetic justice that transcends conventional notions of punishment by creating beauty from the destruction that these individuals had brought into the form world. The process by which living raiders become components of Pikman's artistic vision remains deliberately obscured, though the results suggest techniques that combine surgical precision with ritualistic devotion to aesthetic principles. The incorporation of human elements into painted compositions requires knowledge of anatomy chemistry, and preservation methods that extend far beyond what most post-war survivors have access to, indicating either extensive pre-war education or supernatural enhancement of normal human capabilities. The seamless integration of organic materials with traditional painting media creates works that exist in the liminal space between representation and reality. The psychological profile that emerges from studying Pikman's methods reveals an individual who views violence as a form of artistic expression rather than simple brutality, creating a moral framework that justifies extreme actions through appeal to higher aesthetic purposes. His selection of victims demonstrates sophisticated understanding of ethical distinctions that separate those who deserve protection from those who have forfeited their right to exist through their choices and actions. This moral calculus operates according to principles that most people would find incomprehensible, yet produces results that many would consider beneficial for the broader community. The connection between Pikman's artistic madness and the broader Dunwich mystery becomes explicit through evidence found in Fallout Shelter's expanded narrative, where the artist attributes his transformation to contact with an elder evil that fundamentally altered his perception of reality. This supernatural encounter had granted him insights into cosmic truths that human consciousness was not equipped to process safely, driving him to madness while simultaneously providing him with understanding that he could only express through visual art. The knowledge he had gained about the true nature of existence had made normal human interaction impossible, while opening channels of perception that allowed him to see through the veils that normally separate dimensions. The investigation that led to Pikman's corruption had apparently begun as legitimate research into Dunwich company operations, motivated by intellectual curiosity rather than occult interests. His descent into madness had been gradual, beginning with disturbing dreams and progressing through stages of psychological deterioration that ultimately transformed him from a rational investigator into something that was no longer entirely human. The entity that had corrupted his consciousness had used his artistic abilities as a vector for extending its influence into the physical world, creating paintings that served as focal points for otherworldly energy that could affect anyone who viewed them with sufficient attention and openness. The therapeutic function that Pikman's art serves for its creator becomes evident through observation of his behavior during periods of artistic activity versus times when he is prevented from pursuing his creative work. The act of creation appears to provide him with relief from psychological pressures that would otherwise drive him to complete insanity, allowing him to channel the otherworldly influences that plague his consciousness into forms that can be externalized rather than internalized. The paintings serve as vessels for containing cosmic horror that would otherwise consume his sanity entirely, making his artistic practice a form of survival mechanism rather than simple creative expression. The viewers who spend extended time contemplating Pikman's paintings begin experiencing symptoms that mirror the artist's own descent into madness, suggesting that the otherworldly influences embedded in his work can spread through aesthetic appreciation rather than direct contact with their source. These secondary infections typically begin with disturbing dreams that feature imagery from the paintings, progressing through stages of increasing psychological disturbance that ultimately transform casual art lovers into potential vessels for the same forces that had originally corrupted the artist himself. The paintings thus serve a dual function, as both expressions of cosmic horror and as tools for spreading otherworldly influence through human cultural networks. The academic study of Pikman's work by surviving scholars and critics has been hampered by the psychological dangers that prolonged exposure creates, limiting serious analysis to brief examinations that cannot capture the full complexity of what he has achieved. The few comprehensive studies that have been attempted have typically ended with the researchers themselves becoming corrupted by the forces embedded in the artworks, creating a cycle where understanding leads inevitably to madness, and madness leads to the creation of additional focal points for otherworldly influence. This pattern suggests that some forms of knowledge are inherently dangerous to possess, transforming the pursuit of understanding into a form of gradual suicide. The technical innovations that Pikman has developed in his artistic practice include methods for preserving organic materials that exceed anything available through conventional post-war science, creating works that maintain their visual impact and structural integrity despite the absence of proper conservation facilities. His paintings show no signs of deterioration despite being created and stored in conditions that should have destroyed traditional artistic materials within years of their completion. The preservation techniques he employs appear to draw upon the same otherworldly energies that drive his creative vision, using forces beyond human understanding to maintain physical forms that serve as permanent windows into realms of cosmic horror. The architectural modifications that Pikman has made to his gallery space reflect understanding of defensive principles that go beyond conventional fortification to encompass protection against threats that operate through supernatural rather than physical means. The building has been altered according to geometric principles that create spaces where otherworldly entities feel comfortable manifesting while simultaneously providing barriers that prevent their complete infiltration into terrestrial reality. These modifications serve multiple functions as artistic installation, defensive fortification, and ritual space where the boundaries between dimensions can be carefully managed and controlled. The relationship between Pikman's vigilante activities and his artistic practice suggests that violence and creation have become integrated aspects of a single process that transforms the chaos of post-war existence into something approaching cosmic order. His elimination of raiders serves not only to protect innocent people, but to provide raw materials for artistic expressions that capture essential truths about the nature of existence in a universe where consciousness is constantly under assault by forces that seek to corrupt or destroy it. The deaths he causes are not separate from his artistic practice, but integral components of creative processes that require both destruction and creation to achieve their full expression. The seasonal variations in Pikman's artistic output correspond to cycles that have nothing to do with conventional calendar systems or environmental changes, suggesting that his creative processes are synchronized with cosmic events that operate according to timescales and rhythms that exceed human understanding. During certain periods, his artistic production increases dramatically while his need for human subjects becomes more urgent, creating circumstances where his protective activities toward innocent people become secondary to his requirements for raw materials. These cyclical changes in behavior indicate that whatever forces drive his creativity operate according to their own schedules and priorities, rather than human needs or preferences. The influence that Pikman's work has begun to exert on other artists and creative individuals throughout the Commonwealth suggests that his paintings serve as seeds for spreading aesthetic approaches that can channel otherworldly influences through conventional creative media. Young artists who have viewed his work begin incorporating similar imagery and techniques into their own creations, often without conscious awareness of where these new inspirations have originated. This cultural infection creates networks of influence that extend the reach of cosmic horror far beyond the boundaries of any single gallery or artistic community. The psychological profiles of individuals who have successfully resisted corruption after viewing Pikman's paintings reveal certain characteristics that appear to provide partial immunity against otherworldly influence transmitted through aesthetic channels. Strong grounding in rational thinking, emotional stability, and resistance to suggestion can provide protection against the subtle mental manipulations that the paintings employ to alter consciousness. However, These defenses are ultimately inadequate against prolonged exposure, serving only to delay rather than prevent the inevitable transformation of viewers who spend sufficient time contemplating works that contain genuinely otherworldly elements. The commercial value that Pikman's paintings have acquired among certain collectors reveals the existence of markets for occult objects that operate independently of conventional art appreciation, with buyers seeking to acquire pieces that contain genuine supernatural properties rather than mere aesthetic appeal. These collectors understand that the paintings serve functions beyond decoration, treating them as tools for accessing altered states of consciousness or as focal points for ritualistic activities that require connections to otherworldly sources of power. The prices commanded by authentic Pikman works reflect their utility rather than their beauty, creating economic incentives that encourage continued production despite the obvious dangers involved. The theological implications of Pikman's artistic vision challenge conventional religious frameworks by presenting evidence of cosmic realities that operate according to principles that transcend traditional concepts of good and evil. His paintings depict a universe where consciousness is constantly under assault by forces that exist beyond moral categories, entities whose motivations and methods cannot be understood through appeal to familiar ethical systems. The reality that his art reveals is neither benevolent nor malevolent, but simply indifferent to human welfare, in ways that make conventional religious responses inadequate for providing comfort or guidance to those who confront these truths directly. The medical studies that have been conducted on individuals who have been exposed to Pikman's work for extended periods reveal physiological changes that accompany the psychological transformations that characterize otherworldly corruption. Brain scans show alterations in neural structure that create new pathways for processing information, while simultaneously degrading the systems responsible for maintaining normal consciousness. These biological changes appear to be irreversible once they reach certain thresholds, suggesting that exposure to cosmic horror creates permanent modifications to human consciousness that cannot be treated through conventional therapeutic methods. The archival challenges posed by preserving Pikman's work for future study must balance the scholarly value of maintaining records of significant artistic achievement against the dangers that continued exposure creates for researchers and the general public. Traditional museum preservation techniques prove inadequate when applied to artworks that contain active supernatural elements, while standard cataloging procedures break down when confronted with pieces that seem to change their own characteristics depending on environmental conditions and observer presence. The institutional knowledge required for safely managing such collections exceeds what any existing cultural institution has developed through normal operations. The educational applications of studying Pikman's artistic techniques have been explored by brave scholars who recognize the potential value of understanding how otherworldly influences can be channeled through conventional creative media, despite the obvious risks that such research entails. The methods he has developed for incorporating organic materials into painted compositions could revolutionize approaches to mixed media art, while his understanding of how visual imagery can directly affect consciousness might provide insights into the fundamental relationship between perception and reality that could benefit fields ranging from psychology to quantum physics. The international parallels to Pikman's work suggest that similar artists may be operating in other regions affected by otherworldly corruption, creating a global network of individuals who serve as conduits for cosmic horror, while simultaneously preserving evidence of humanity's encounter with forces that transcend terrestrial reality. Reports from other wasteland communities describe artists whose work displays characteristics similar to Pikman's paintings, though the geographic isolation that characterizes post-war civilization makes verification of these accounts difficult and dangerous. The ultimate fate that awaits individuals who fully succumb to the influences that drive Pikman's artistic vision remains unknown, though evidence suggests that complete transformation involves transcendence of human limitations accompanied by loss of everything that makes consciousness recognizably terrestrial. The artist himself appears to be approaching this threshold, displaying capabilities that exceed normal human parameters, while simultaneously losing connection to the emotional and social bonds that typically anchor identity in comprehensible forms. His evolution represents both the ultimate achievement of his artistic practice and the complete destruction of his humanity. Beyond the familiar horrors of radiation-spawned mutations and the predictable dangers of human violence, the post-war world harbors creatures whose origins challenge every assumption about what forms life can take when freed from the constraints that evolution normally imposes upon biological development. These cryptids and aberrant beings represent something far stranger than simple genetic damage caused by nuclear fallout. They are manifestations of forces that operate according to principles that science has not yet discovered. Entities whose very existence suggests that the boundaries between dimensions have been weakened by humanity's atomic experimentation in ways that allow impossible things to intrude upon terrestrial reality. The Mothman phenomenon stands as perhaps the most documented yet least understood of these cryptid encounters, with sightings reported throughout Appalachia both before and after the Great War, transformed the region into a wasteland of competing survival communities. Unlike the mutations that clearly resulted from radiation exposure, Mothman appearances predated nuclear contamination by decades, suggesting origins that had nothing to do with human scientific activities, and everything to do with forces that had been present in certain geographical locations long before civilization learned to split atoms and harness their destructive potential. Pre-war witnesses to Mothman encounters described experiences that followed consistent patterns despite occurring across different time periods and involving individuals who had no contact with each other or access to shared cultural narratives about such phenomena. The creature appeared during periods of heightened stress or approaching danger, manifesting as a massive winged figure whose presence seemed to herald disasters that would affect entire communities rather than individual observers. These early accounts established characteristics that would remain constant throughout decades of subsequent sightings. The enormous wingspan that defied aerodynamic principles, the luminous eyes that seemed to see through material barriers into hidden truths, and the ability to vanish instantly when approached or threatened. The variety of Mothman subspecies that have been documented in the post-war period suggests either rapid evolutionary adaptation to changed environmental conditions or the manifestation of different aspects of a single phenomenon that expresses itself according to the needs and expectations of those who encounter it. The red-eyed variant appears most frequently and displays the shy, avoiding behavior that characterized pre-war sightings, preferring to observe human activities from safe distances while making no attempt to interfere or communicate. These encounters leave witnesses with feelings of being watched and evaluated according to criteria that remain completely mysterious, as though the creature possesses intelligence but operates according to purposes that transcend human understanding. The yellow-eyed Mothman, designated as vengeful by survivors, displays aggressive behaviors that suggest either territorial defense or response to specific provocations that violate boundaries invisible to human perception. These hostile encounters typically occur when humans venture into areas that the creatures consider protected or sacred, though the criteria for such designations remain opaque to outside observers. The vengeful Mothman's attacks follow patterns that indicate strategic thinking rather than simple animal aggression, with the creatures demonstrating ability to coordinate group actions and employ tactics that suggest military-level intelligence and planning capabilities. Most intriguingly, the purple-eyed wise Mothman appears to actively seek beneficial contact with human communities, manifesting during crisis situations where their intervention could prevent loss of life or provide guidance through dangerous circumstances. These benevolent encounters challenge conventional assumptions about cryptid behavior by demonstrating clear intent to help rather than harm human observers, suggesting either evolution of the species toward greater empathy or manifestation of different entities that share similar physical characteristics but possess fundamentally different motivations and purposes. The communication abilities demonstrated by wise Mothman during documented encounters reveal intelligence that operates through channels completely different from human language systems, yet achieves understanding that transcends conventional barriers between species. Witnesses describe receiving information through direct mental transfer rather than auditory or visual signals, experiencing sudden understanding of complex concepts that they could not have learned through normal educational processes. The knowledge conveyed through these encounters often proves crucial for surviving immediate dangers or making decisions that affect entire communities, suggesting that the creatures possess awareness of future events or access to information sources unavailable to human consciousness. The teleportation abilities that all Mothman variants display during encounters represent perhaps the most scientifically challenging aspect of their documented behavior, involving instantaneous movement across distances that should require significant time, even for creatures capable of high-speed flight. The black smoke that accompanies these disappearances suggests technological augmentation rather than purely biological capabilities, though no human technology has achieved similar results despite decades of research into transportation methods that could overcome conventional physical limitations. The smoke itself displays properties that indicate composition, unlike any known atmospheric phenomenon, persisting in locations where Mothman vanished long after normal smoke would have dissipated, while maintaining geometric patterns that suggest intelligent control rather than random dispersal. Analysis of residual traces has revealed molecular structures that include elements not found on Earth's periodic table, providing evidence that these creatures either originate from environments with fundamentally different physical laws or possess access to technologies that can manipulate matter at the subatomic level. The Enclave's research into Mothman phenomena, discovered in their abandoned facilities throughout Appalachia, reveals systematic study programs that treated these creatures as subjects for biological and technological analysis, rather than mythological curiosities to be dismissed or ignored. The presence of containment facilities specifically designed for housing large winged entities indicates that the pre-war government had successfully captured specimens for extended observation and experimentation, though the ultimate results of such research remain classified at levels that even post-war investigation cannot penetrate. The scorched plague infection discovered in one captive Mothman specimen provides evidence that these creatures are vulnerable to the same biological threats that affect more conventional life forms, suggesting that despite their supernatural abilities, they remain connected to terrestrial ecosystem in ways that make them susceptible to diseases and environmental hazards. The infected creature's hostile behavior toward researchers indicates that the plague affects Mothman psychology in ways similar to its impact on human consciousness, creating aggressive tendencies that override their normal behavioral patterns and decision-making processes. The relationship between Mothman appearances and geological events suggests that these creatures possess sensitivity to seismic and electromagnetic phenomena, that far exceeds anything documented in conventional wildlife, possibly explaining their historical association with disaster warnings and prophetic manifestations. Their ability to detect approaching earthquakes, volcanic activity, and severe weather events before human instruments register any anomalies indicates sensory capabilities that operate through channels completely unknown to terrestrial science, though whether these represent evolved biological systems or technological augmentation remains unclear. The bridgekeeper phenomenon represents another category of cryptid encounter that challenges conventional understanding of how consciousness can manifest in physical form, presenting itself as an entity whose primary function appears to be testing human intelligence and moral development through riddles and philosophical challenges. Unlike Mothman, which operates primarily through observation and occasional intervention, the bridgekeeper actively engages with human travelers in ways that suggest educational rather than survival-based motivations. Though the consequences of failure in these encounters prove as lethal as any physical threat, the questions posed by the bridgekeeper during documented encounters reveal knowledge of individual psychology and personal history that exceeds what random chance or casual observation could provide, suggesting either telepathic abilities or access to information networks that span vast geographical regions and time periods. The difficulty of these questions varies according to the intellectual capabilities of those being tested, indicating that the entity possesses sophisticated understanding of human cognitive development and can calibrate its challenges to match the educational needs of specific individuals rather than applying universal standards to all encounters. The physical appearance of the bridgekeeper remains deliberately obscured through heavy robes and hoods that prevent detailed observation of anatomical features, though witnesses report impressions of vast age and accumulated wisdom that suggest either extreme longevity or existence that transcends normal biological limitations. The entity's voice carries undertones that seem to resonate at frequencies below normal human hearing range, creating psychological effects that induce states of heightened attention and receptivity to instruction that facilitate learning processes, while simultaneously making resistance to its authority feel impossible. The employer that the bridgekeeper references during conversations with travelers remains completely mysterious, though its casual mentions of growing dissatisfied with its current job and considering career changes suggest integration into economic systems that operate according to principles entirely different from post-war subsistence communities. The possibility that interdimensional entities participate in labor markets that span multiple realities raises questions about the true scope of consciousness and civilization that extend far beyond anything that human philosophy has previously considered. The alternative career path in mechanics that the bridgekeeper expresses interest in pursuing indicates knowledge of technological systems and repair procedures that could prove invaluable in post-war reconstruction efforts, though the practical challenges of employing an entity whose physical form remains hidden and whose motivations operate according to incomprehensible principles make such arrangements difficult to implement. The greater financial rewards that supposedly motivate this career consideration suggest that economic incentives operate even among beings whose existence transcends normal physical limitations. The explosive death that awaits those who fail the bridgekeeper's tests operates according to mechanisms that bypass all known physical processes, causing complete molecular dissolution without generating heat, sound, or electromagnetic signatures that conventional sensors can detect. This form of execution suggests mastery over fundamental forces that human science has barely begun to theorize, though whether these represent technological capabilities or manifestations of consciousness operating at levels where thought and reality become indistinguishable remains impossible to determine through normal investigative methods. The educational value of bridgekeeper encounters has been documented by rare survivors who successfully answered all questions and were granted safe passage, along with insights that proved crucial for navigating subsequent challenges in the wasteland. These individuals report that the experience fundamentally altered their understanding of reality and their place within cosmic processes that encompass civilizations throughout the universe, providing perspective that made post-war survival challenges seem manageable by comparison, while simultaneously instilling humility about humanity's significance in larger patterns of existence and development. The deep-sea mutations hinted at throughout the Commonwealth's coastal regions represent categories of cryptid development that remain largely unexplored due to the practical difficulties of underwater investigation in post-war conditions, though surface evidence suggests evolutionary processes that have produced creatures whose capabilities exceed those of their terrestrial counterparts. The mutated dolphin remains that wash ashore display bite marks from predators whose jaw configurations indicate sizes and feeding behaviors that challenge every assumption about what forms aquatic life might take when freed from the environmental constraints that previously governed marine ecosystems. Old Peg, the ghoulified whale whose legendary status has become integrated into local folklore, represents the possibility that marine mammals have undergone transformations similar to those documented in terrestrial species, though with adaptations that take advantage of oceanic environments in ways that create entirely new categories of post-war life forms. The whale's reported size exceeds anything that conventional marine biology would consider sustainable, suggesting either access to food sources unavailable to normal aquatic life, or metabolic processes that operate according to principles completely different from those that governed pre-war ocean ecosystems. The systematic avoidance of coastal areas by experienced traders and fishermen indicates widespread awareness of dangers that official records do not acknowledge, creating informal networks of knowledge about marine threats that operate independently of scientific or governmental institutions. These folk wisdom traditions preserve information about seasonal patterns in aquatic creature behavior, geographical locations where encounters are most likely to occur, and survival strategies that have been developed through generations of dangerous experience with entities that conventional marine science insists cannot exist. The giant squid specimens that were discovered in cut content from Fallout 4's development files represent missed opportunities to explore the full scope of aquatic mutation, though modding communities have restored some of this content to provide glimpses of what underwater exploration might reveal about post-war oceanic evolution. The creature's tentacle configuration and behavioral patterns suggest intelligence that exceeds normal cephalopod capabilities, while maintaining aggressive territoriality that makes approach extremely dangerous for any surface dwellers who venture into its domain. The 20,000 Leagues quest reference that accompanied this cut content indicates developer awareness of literary traditions that explore humanity's relationship with oceanic mysteries, suggesting that the post-war world's aquatic threats were conceived as continuation of themes about human insignificance when confronted with natural forces that operate according to scales and principles that dwarf terrestrial concerns. The quest's removal from final game content represents loss of opportunities to explore how nuclear contamination might have affected marine ecosystems in ways that created entirely new categories of environmental challenge for surface communities. The Minutemen coastal watch stations described in tabletop role-playing materials provide evidence that Commonwealth communities had developed organized responses to aquatic threats, establishing early warning systems and defensive positions designed to repel creatures whose capabilities exceeded those of normal marine life. The 36-armed squid mentioned in these materials indicates encounters with entities whose anatomical features violate conventional understanding of cephalopod development, suggesting either rapid evolutionary adaptation or influence from sources that operate outside normal biological processes. The seasonal patterns in cryptid appearances suggest that many of these entities operate according to cycles that correspond to astronomical events rather than terrestrial weather patterns, manifesting more frequently during specific celestial alignments or cosmic phenomena that affect dimensional barriers in ways that facilitate travel between realities. The correlation between increased sightings and solar storm activity indicates sensitivity to electromagnetic fluctuations that span interplanetary distances, suggesting either technological dependence on cosmic energy sources or biological integration with fields that encompass entire solar systems. The breeding behaviors observed in some cryptid species challenge conventional assumptions about reproduction among entities that appear to transcend normal biological limitations, with offspring displaying characteristics that combine parental traits in ways that suggest genetic flexibility impossible under normal evolutionary constraints. The rapid maturation rates documented in these young creatures indicate accelerated development that bypasses the extended learning periods that characterize most complex life forms, though whether this represents natural adaptation or artificial enhancement remains unclear. The territorial disputes that occur between different cryptid species provide evidence of complex ecosystem relationships that operate according to principles completely different from conventional predator-prey dynamics, with conflicts apparently focused on access to dimensional gateways or energy sources, rather than simple competition for food or breeding locations. These supernatural territories overlap with geographical features in ways that suggest cryptids perceive environmental characteristics invisible to human senses, creating boundaries and restrictions that affect travel and resource utilization patterns throughout affected regions. The cultural impact of cryptid encounters on post-war communities extends beyond immediate survival concerns to encompass fundamental changes in worldview that affect everything from religious beliefs to scientific methodology, with many survivors developing spiritual practices and investigative approaches specifically designed to accommodate the reality of entities whose existence challenges rational explanation. These adaptations represent evolution of human consciousness in response to environmental pressures that include supernatural as well as physical threats, creating new forms of cultural knowledge that integrate scientific observation with mystical experience. The psychological profiles of individuals who experience repeated cryptid encounters reveal certain personality characteristics that appear to make some people more likely to attract supernatural attention, though whether these represent random variations in human consciousness or systematic selection by entities pursuing specific objectives remains impossible to determine through conventional research methods. The correlation between psychic sensitivity and cryptid encounters suggests that these phenomena might be related manifestations of forces that operate through consciousness rather than purely physical channels. In the shadowed corridors of the railroad's hidden sanctuary, where escaped synths find refuge from the Institute's relentless pursuit, and dedicated agents work to preserve the fragile flame of freedom in a world that has forgotten the meaning of liberation. There exists an enigma wrapped in sunglasses and casual deception whose very presence challenges every assumption about truth, identity, and the nature of human connection. Deacon stands as perhaps the most mysterious figure in an organization built upon mysteries, a man whose pathological relationship with honesty has transformed lying into an art form so sophisticated that even his closest allies cannot determine where performance ends and genuine personality begins. The paradox of Deacon's existence within the railroad creates questions that extend far beyond simple curiosity about individual background to encompass fundamental uncertainties about the organization's true history and the forces that shaped its evolution from idealistic freedom, movement into the sophisticated intelligence operation that the sole survivor encounters in the ruins of the Old North Church. His claim to have been with the faction longer than anyone else, including Desdemona herself, suggests involvement in the railroad's founding that predates official records and extends his personal timeline back to periods when the organization operated according to principles and methods that bore little resemblance to its current incarnation. When Deacon first reveals himself to the sole survivor as a supposed synth fleeing institute persecution, his performance demonstrates mastery of emotional manipulation that transcends simple acting ability to encompass genuine understanding of how consciousness responds to revelation of hidden truths. His story of cranium reboots and manufactured memories carries enough technical detail to convince even skeptical listeners, while his apparent vulnerability in sharing such personal information creates bonds of sympathy that make subsequent questioning feel like betrayal of trust rather than reasonable verification of suspicious claims. The recall code that Deacon provides as supposed proof of his synthetic nature represents either elaborate preparation for long-term deception or evidence of knowledge about institute procedures that could only have been obtained through direct experience with their consciousness transfer. Technologies. The specific terminology and formatting he employs match documented examples of genuine recall codes, suggesting either extensive research into synth psychology or personal familiarity with the processes that create and control artificial consciousness. His willingness to share such potentially dangerous information indicates either complete fabrication or trust that extends beyond normal human relationships into realms of intimacy, typically reserved for family connections. The systematic lies that Deacon tells during subsequent conversations reveal patterns of deception that operate according to sophisticated psychological principles designed to maintain engagement while preventing genuine understanding of his true nature and motivations. Each fabricated biography he presents contains elements of emotional truth that resonate with universal human experiences of loss, transformation, and the search for meaning, creating connections with listeners that feel authentic despite being built upon fictional foundations. His ability to construct compelling narratives from complete fabrication suggests either natural talent for storytelling or systematic training in psychological manipulation techniques, typically associated with intelligence operations. The surveillance activities that Deacon conducted on the sole survivor prior to any official railroad contact demonstrate capabilities and motivations that operate independently of organizational oversight, creating security breaches that should have compromised his position within a faction that depends upon operational security for its continued existence. His appearances in Diamond City, Bunker Hill, and the Memory Den required advanced knowledge of the player character's movements and destinations that could only have been obtained through monitoring systems or predictive analysis that exceeded anything available to most post-war intelligence organizations. The disguises that enabled Deacon's covert observation represent technical achievements in identity transformation that suggest access to resources and skills typically associated with pre-war intelligence agencies or advanced post-war organizations like the Institute itself. His ability to assume convincing identities as security guards, caravan traders, and memory den patrons required not just physical alterations, but integration into existing social structures in ways that would have detected by anyone conducting routine background verification. The sophistication of these infiltrations indicates either supernatural abilities or institutional support that he has never acknowledged or explained. Desdemona's ignorance of Deacon's surveillance activities creates organizational vulnerabilities that should have triggered security investigations within any competently managed intelligence operation. Yet her continued trust in his loyalty suggests either remarkable naivety or knowledge of circumstances that justify exceptional operational independence. Her willingness to allow someone whose background she admits is unknowable to maintain high-level access to sensitive operations indicates either desperate necessity for his unique capabilities or confidence based on information that she has never shared with other railroad members. The motivations that drove Deacon to monitor the sole survivor before any official contact remain completely unexplained by any information he provides about his personal history or organizational responsibilities, creating logical gaps that suggest either supernatural foresight or advanced knowledge of events that had not yet occurred when his surveillance began. His ability to recognize the player character's significance before they had taken any actions that would attract railroad attention implies either precognitive abilities or access to information sources that operate outside normal temporal constraints. The emotional investment that Deacon demonstrates in the sole survivor's welfare and success transcends professional interest in valuable assets to encompass personal attachment that seems inconsistent with his claimed inability to form meaningful relationships due to his synthetic nature and troubled past. His willingness to risk his own safety and organizational security for someone he had never officially met suggests motivations that operate according to principles beyond simple tactical calculation or ideological commitment to railroad objectives. The technical knowledge that Deacon displays during conversations about synth psychology, institute procedures, and railroad operations indicates familiarity with complex subjects that would require years of study or direct experience to master. Yet his claimed background provides no plausible opportunities for acquiring such expertise through normal educational or professional development. His understanding of consciousness transfer technology, memory modification procedures, and artificial intelligence psychology suggests either extensive formal training or personal experience with these processes that contradicts his official story about his origins and development. The absence of synth components in Deacon's inventory when he claims synthetic identity creates obvious contradictions that he never attempts to resolve or explain, suggesting either confidence that his listeners will not investigate his claims, or knowledge that verification would reveal truths more disturbing than simple lies about artificial origins. His willingness to maintain fabrications that can be easily disproven indicates either psychological compulsion toward deception or strategic calculation that the benefits of maintaining mystery outweigh the risks of detected falsehood. The combat capabilities that Deacon demonstrates during dangerous missions exceed what would be expected from someone whose claimed background includes no military training or combat experience, suggesting either natural talent for violence or systematic preparation for situations that his official railroad duties should not have required him to encounter. His tactical awareness, weapons proficiency, and ability to remain calm under extreme stress indicate either extensive combat experience or psychological conditioning that enabled rapid adaptation to life-threatening circumstances. The historical knowledge that Deacon possesses about railroad operations, institute activities, and Commonwealth political developments spans time periods and encompasses details that would be impossible for any individual to accumulate through normal intelligence gathering, suggesting either supernatural longevity or access to institutional memory that preserves information across generations of organizational change. His casual references to events and people from decades past indicate either personal experience that extends far beyond normal human lifespans or integration into knowledge networks that operate according to principles completely different from conventional information sharing. The psychological profile that emerges from observing Deacon's behavior patterns reveals characteristics typically associated with individuals who have experienced extreme trauma or systematic conditioning designed to suppress normal emotional responses and interpersonal bonding mechanisms. His compulsive lying, social isolation despite apparent charisma, and inability to form lasting relationships suggest either natural psychological disorders or acquired behavioral modifications that serve protective functions while preventing genuine human connection. The longevity that Deacon claims within the railroad organization creates chronological impossibilities when compared to documented organizational history and the lifespans of other members, suggesting either false memories, supernatural existence, or involvement in events that official records have deliberately obscured or forgotten. His position as senior agent, despite his unknown background, indicates either exceptional value that overrides normal security concerns or protection from sources that operate above Desdemona's level of authority within the organization's hierarchy. The influence that Deacon wields over railroad policy and strategic decisions exceeds what would normally be granted to field operatives, regardless of their experience or capabilities, suggesting either informal leadership status that contradicts official organizational charts, or advisory relationships that operate through channels independent of normal command structures. His ability to advocate for controversial decisions and influence resource allocation indicates either remarkable, persuasive abilities or institutional support that grants him authority beyond his apparent position. The financial resources that Deacon has access to for equipment, safe houses, and operational expenses appear to exceed what the railroad's limited budget should be able to support, suggesting either independent income sources or connections to funding networks that operate outside the organization's normal financial constraints. His ability to maintain multiple identities, acquire sophisticated equipment, and support extended operations indicates either personal wealth or institutional backing that he has never acknowledged or explained. The technological capabilities that Deacon demonstrates through his surveillance activities, communication systems, and identity management tools suggest access to resources that exceed what most post-war organizations possess, indicating either pre-war equipment caches or ongoing manufacturing capability that would require substantial industrial infrastructure. His ability to maintain electronic surveillance, process identity documents, and coordinate complex operations indicates technological support that contradicts the railroad's apparent resource limitations. The philosophical framework that underlies Deacon's approach to truth and deception reveals sophisticated understanding of epistemological principles that would typically require extensive academic study or systematic training in psychological manipulation, suggesting either natural intellectual gifts or formal education that his claimed background does not acknowledge. His ability to construct coherent worldviews based on deliberate falsehood indicates either remarkable creativity or systematic preparation for maintaining complex deceptions over extended periods. The moral code that governs Deacon's actions, despite his rejection of conventional honesty, operates according to principles that prioritize abstract ideals over immediate relationships, suggesting either philosophical commitment to concepts that transcend personal welfare or psychological conditioning that has replaced normal human motivations with artificial value systems. His willingness to sacrifice personal happiness and social connections for railroad objectives indicates either remarkable selflessness or systematic suppression of individual desires in favor of institutional loyalty. The cultural knowledge that Deacon displays about pre-war society, entertainment, and social customs exceeds what would be expected from someone whose education occurred in post-war circumstances, suggesting either access to extensive archives or personal experience that predates the Great War by decades. His references to historical events, cultural phenomena, and technological developments indicate familiarity that could only have been acquired through direct experience or systematic study, using resources unavailable to most wasteland survivors. The strategic vision that underlies Deacon's long-term planning for railroad operations demonstrates understanding of political and social dynamics that would require extensive experience with large-scale organizational management, suggesting either natural leadership ability or systematic training in institutional development that his claimed background does not include. His ability to anticipate consequences, manage complex operations, and adapt to changing circumstances indicates either remarkable intelligence or preparation that encompasses scenarios beyond normal operational planning. The emotional detachment that characterizes Deacon's approach to personal relationships creates psychological barriers that prevent the development of genuine intimacy, despite his apparent desire for human connection, suggesting either natural personality disorders or systematic conditioning designed to prevent the formation of bonds that might compromise operational security. His ability to inspire loyalty while maintaining personal isolation indicates either remarkable charisma or manipulative skills that create illusions of intimacy without genuine emotional investment. The existential questions that Deacon's presence raises about the nature of identity, truth, and human relationship extend far beyond individual psychology to encompass fundamental uncertainties about how consciousness operates when freed from the constraints that normally define personal authenticity. His demonstration that coherent personality can exist without biographical truth challenges assumptions about the relationship between history and identity that form the foundation for most human social interaction. In the carefully cultivated gardens aboard the Brotherhood of Steel's massive airship, where pre-war technology meets post-war necessity and scientific curiosity encounters the impossible reality of interdimensional botanical specimens, there grows evidence of connections between worlds that rational minds struggle to accept and skeptical hearts refuse to acknowledge. The discovery of Nernroot flourishing in controlled environments far from its native soil of Tamriel represents more than simple horticultural curiosity. It embodies questions about the fundamental nature of reality itself and the possibility that the boundaries between universes might be more permeable than the laws of physics suggest should be possible. The Brotherhood's Botanical Research Division had approached their study of these unusual specimens with the methodical precision that characterized all their scientific endeavors, treating the glowing blue plants as fascinating anomalies worthy of investigation rather than impossible artifacts that challenged the foundations of their understanding about how reality was supposed to operate. The scientists who tended these interdimensional gardens documented growth patterns, cellular structures, and biochemical processes, with the same careful attention they devoted to studying radiation-resistant crops and mutated food sources. Yet their reports contained observations that defied explanation through any known biological principles. The bioluminescent properties that made Nernroot specimens immediately recognizable to anyone familiar with Elder Scrolls lore operated according to mechanisms that had nothing to do with conventional bioluminescence as understood by terrestrial botany producing light through processes that seem to draw energy directly from sources that existed outside normal spacetime. The glow persisted even when samples were completely isolated from all known forms of electromagnetic radiation, suggesting either access to exotic energy sources or fundamental alterations to atomic structure that enabled matter to generate photons without conventional chemical reactions. The restorative effects that Brotherhood researchers documented when consuming processed nernroot extracts matched precisely the healing properties that the plants had displayed in their native dimension, providing 10 points of health restoration that operated through biological mechanisms completely different from conventional medical treatments. The healing occurred immediately upon consumption without requiring metabolic processing or biochemical breakdown, suggesting that the plant's therapeutic properties functioned through direct manipulation of life force, rather than through pharmaceutical compounds that required time to take effect through normal biological channels. The Brotherhood's discovery that nernroot specimens could be successfully cultivated in Fallout universe soil created agricultural possibilities that transcended normal crop development to encompass interdimensional farming techniques that could potentially revolutionize post-war food, production, and medical treatment. The plants adapted to their new environment while maintaining their essential characteristics, suggesting either remarkable genetic flexibility or connection to cosmic forces that enabled survival in any reality where consciousness existed to appreciate their unique properties. The location where Brotherhood scouts originally discovered these specimens, along a riverbed in the Commonwealth, created geographical mysteries that extended far beyond simple botanical distribution to encompass questions about how interdimensional materials could manifest in specific terrestrial locations. The riverbed site showed no signs of dimensional rifts, temporal anomalies, or technological intervention that could explain the plant's arrival, suggesting either natural processes that enabled cross-dimensional travel or long-term presence that predated current reality by incomprehensible time periods. The additional nernroot specimen, discovered in Far Harbor near the Eden Meadows Cinema, under circumstances that suggested deliberate placement rather than natural growth patterns, indicated that these interdimensional botanical phenomena were not isolated incidents, but part of larger patterns that encompassed multiple locations throughout the post-war world. The careful positioning of this specimen next to garden gnomes and beneath a parasol created an artificial tableau that implied conscious arrangement by entities aware of the plant's significance and determined to ensure its discovery by observant explorers. The debate within the gaming community about whether these interdimensional connections represented mere Easter eggs or genuine lore elements reflected broader uncertainties about the nature of fictional universes and the possibility that imaginative creation might sometimes access realities that exist independently of their creators' conscious intentions. The consistent appearance of Elder Scrolls elements within Fallout environments suggested either systematic cross-pollination between development teams or manifestation of archetypal patterns that transcended individual creative works to encompass universal themes that appeared whenever consciousness explored the boundaries between known and unknown realities. Pete Hines's official denial of universe connections provided corporate clarity about Bethesda's intended interpretation of these phenomena, while simultaneously raising questions about the relationship between authorial intent, interpretive validity, when fictional works contained elements that operated according to their own internal logic regardless of creator intentions. His statement that no universe existed in which the Elder Scrolls and Fallout universes occupied the same reality created official boundaries that many fans found unsatisfying, given the mounting evidence for systematic connections between these fictional worlds. The credibility issues that surrounded Hines' statements about microtransaction policies in other Bethesda games created precedents for questioning the reliability of official corporate pronouncements about law matters, suggesting that business considerations might sometimes override canonical consistency when commercial interests conflicted with narrative coherence. The gap between official statements and implemented reality in business contexts created reasonable doubt about whether corporate denials of law connections reflected genuine creative vision or simply reluctance to commit to interpretations that might limit future development flexibility. The broader pattern of Elder Scrolls references throughout Fallout games suggested cultural exchange between fictional universes that operated according to principles completely different from conventional cross-media marketing or simple developer in-jokes, encompassing systematic inclusion of elements that maintained their essential characteristics while adapting to new environmental contexts. The persistence of these connections across multiple game releases indicated either remarkable coincidence or underlying creative forces that consistently drew connections between universes, despite official attempts to maintain their separation. The theoretical frameworks that could explain genuine universe connections encompass scientific concepts ranging from quantum mechanics and parallel dimensions to consciousness-based reality creation and archetypal manifestation through collective unconscious processes. Though none of these explanations satisfied both scientific skepticism and narrative consistency requirements simultaneously. The multiverse theories that had gained acceptance within theoretical physics provided plausible mechanisms for universe intersection, while consciousness studies suggested that imaginative creation might sometimes access information from sources beyond individual creators' direct experience. The time manipulation elements that appeared in both Elder Scrolls and Fallout narratives created additional opportunities for cross-dimensional interaction through temporal rather than spatial connections, enabling events in one universe to influence developments in another through causal chains that operated outside normal linear chronology. The presence of time travel, temporal paradoxes, and chronological manipulation in both fictional universes suggested shared cosmic principles that could facilitate interaction between realities that remained spatially separate while becoming temporally entangled. The consciousness transfer technologies that characterized both universes provided alternative explanations for cross-dimensional contamination through mental rather than physical processes, enabling thoughts, memories, and awareness to travel between realities, even when material objects remained confined to their original dimensions. The sophisticated understanding of consciousness manipulation that appeared in both fictional settings indicated either parallel technological development or shared access to cosmic principles that govern the relationship between mind and reality across multiple dimensions. The modding communities that had emerged around both game franchises created additional layers of universe interconnection through fan-created content that deliberately explored crossover possibilities, generating unofficial narratives that treated interdimensional connections as confirmed rather than speculative elements of expanded lore. These community-driven interpretations operated independently of corporate approval, while maintaining consistency with established canon, creating alternative continuities that satisfied audience desire for universe integration despite official resistance. The archaeological approach to interpreting interdimensional artifacts within game environments treated Easter eggs as genuine fictional world elements that required explanation within established lore frameworks rather than dismissal as non-canonical developer humor, creating interpretive strategies that maintain narrative coherence while accommodating apparently anomalous materials. This methodological approach prioritized internal consistency over external statements about creative intent, treating fictional worlds as autonomous realities that operated according to their own principles regardless of creator intentions. The metaphysical implications of genuine universe connections extended beyond entertainment value to encompass fundamental questions about the nature of reality, consciousness, and the relationship between imagination and existence that had occupied philosophers and mystics throughout human history. The possibility that fictional universes might possess independent existence that creators accessed rather than invented suggested models of reality where consciousness served as a bridge between dimensions rather than simply a biological process that generated subjective experiences. The technological applications that could theoretically emerge from confirmed interdimensional connections included everything from exotic materials, science, and revolutionary medical treatments to communication systems that operated outside normal space-time constraints and transportation methods that enabled travel between alternate realities. The Nernroot specimens represented only the most obvious manifestations of cross-dimensional exchange that might encompass far more sophisticated forms of technology and knowledge transfer. The religious and spiritual frameworks that various cultures had developed to explain supernatural phenomena provided alternative interpretive contexts for understanding interdimensional connections that operated according to principles completely different from scientific materialism, encompassing concepts of cosmic consciousness, archetypal manifestation, and divine creativity that transcended normal distinctions between imagination and reality. These traditional wisdom systems offered models for understanding how multiple realities could coexist and interact while remaining distinct from each other. The psychological impact of contemplating genuine universe connections created cognitive challenges that forced individuals to reconsider fundamental assumptions about the nature of existence and the boundaries between possible, impossible realities, generating either expansion of consciousness or defensive rejection of concepts that threatened comfortable worldviews. The emotional investment that many fans developed in crossover theories reflected deep human needs for connection and meaning that transcended entertainment value to encompass genuine spiritual and philosophical longings. The artistic vision that unified both Elder Scrolls and Fallout universes encompassed themes of fallen civilizations, technological hubris, and consciousness struggling to transcend material limitations that appeared consistently across both fictional settings, despite their apparently different genres and aesthetic approaches. The recurring motifs of ancient powers, mysterious artifacts, and transformative experiences suggested either shared creative inspiration or access to archetypal patterns that manifested whenever human imagination explored the boundaries between order and chaos. The future possibilities for officially acknowledged universe connections remain speculative, but could potentially encompass everything from direct crossover content and shared narrative elements to completely integrated fictional universes where characters and technologies moved freely between different reality systems. The commercial potential of such integration would need to be balanced against creative risks that might dilute the distinct identities that made each universe valuable to its respective audience. The scientific investigation of reported interdimensional phenomena would require research methodologies that could accommodate anomalous data while maintaining rigorous standards for evidence evaluation, creating new forms of empirical investigation that transcended normal distinctions between objective and subjective reality. The development of such investigative approaches could potentially revolutionize understanding of consciousness, reality, and the relationship between mind and matter in ways that would transform human civilization. The educational implications of confirmed universe connections would extend throughout academic disciplines from literature and cultural studies to physics and consciousness research, creating new fields of investigation that explored the mechanisms by which fictional realities achieved independent existence and the principles that governed interaction between different dimensional systems. These studies could potentially contribute to revolutionary advances in understanding the fundamental nature of existence itself. In the quiet spaces between documented mysteries and acknowledged enigmas, where the familiar patterns of post-war survival give way to questions that resist easy categorization, there remain threads of strangeness that connect disparate events across time and geography in ways that suggest deeper currents flowing beneath the surface of observed reality. These final mysteries represent not the grand cosmic horrors or supernatural phenomena that capture immediate attention, but the subtle anomalies and unexplained absences that create gaps in the historical record where logic insists there should be continuity and completion. The disappearance of 3 Dog from the capital wasteland represents perhaps the most personally affecting of these unresolved mysteries, transforming the voice that had provided hope and encouragement to an entire generation of survivors into another casualty of the forces that consume everything good and meaningful in the post-war world. The disc jockey, whose enthusiasm and optimism had made Galaxy News Radio a beacon of civilization in the darkness surrounding Washington, D.C., had simply vanished from the airwaves, leaving behind only silence where his voice had once carried messages of resilience and faith in humanity's capacity for redemption. Phil Goodman's creation of the Good Fighters organization in response to 3 Dogs' disappearance demonstrated the lasting impact that the radio personality had achieved through his broadcasts, inspiring followers to continue his mission of fighting the good fight, even when their original inspiration was no longer available to guide their efforts. The transformation of 3 Dogs' listeners into an organized force for positive change represented the ultimate validation of his broadcasting philosophy, proving that words could indeed inspire actions that outlasted the voices that originally spoke them. The circumstances surrounding 3 Dogs' vanishing remain deliberately obscured in the fragmentary records that survived Phil Goodman's own death during the Talon Company siege of Galaxy News Plaza, creating layers of mystery that encompassed both the original disappearance and the subsequent efforts to understand what had happened to the wasteland's most beloved radio host. The failure of multiple investigations to uncover any trace of 3 Dogs' fate suggested either supernatural intervention or deliberate concealment by forces powerful enough to eliminate all evidence of their activities. The behind-the-scenes circumstances that led to 3 Dogs' exclusion from Fallout 4 created additional layers of mystery that encompassed both narrative and production elements, suggesting that creative decisions about character inclusion might sometimes reflect real-world constraints that operated independently of story requirements or fan expectations. Eric Dellum's deleted tweets about potential involvement in the game indicated that discussions had occurred about 3 Dogs' return, yet these conversations had ultimately yielded no visible results in the final product. The apparent snubbing of Dellums for other voice acting roles within Fallout 4 suggested that his exclusion from the game reflected more than simple creative decisions about character inclusion, indicating possible personal or professional conflicts that had prevented his participation in the project, despite his apparent willingness to reprise the role that had made him famous among gaming communities. The complete absence of explanation for these decisions created speculation that ranged from contractual disputes to personality conflicts that remained private, despite their impact on beloved fictional characters. The broader implications of Three Dogs' fate for understanding how hope and inspiration could be systematically eliminated from post-war society reflected patterns that extended far beyond individual disappearances to encompass the destruction of cultural institutions and positive role models that communities required for psychological survival, the silencing of voices that encouraged cooperation, compassion, and optimism served the interests of those who benefited from maintaining populations in states of fear and desperation that made them easier to control and exploit. The international scope of post-war civilization struggles became evident through encounters with individuals who had traveled from other continents to seek opportunities in the former United States, though their accounts of conditions in their homelands remained frustratingly vague and incomplete. Alistair Tenpenny's journey from the British Isles to the capital wasteland suggested that Europe had suffered devastation comparable to or worse than what had befallen North America, driving wealthy and ambitious individuals to seek their fortunes in regions that offered better prospects for success and survival. Colin Moriarty's childhood immigration from Ireland provided additional evidence that transatlantic travel remained possible in the post-war world, despite the collapse of the commercial aviation and shipping industries that had once made such journeys routine, indicating either the survival of organized transportation networks or the development of new methods for crossing oceanic distances under primitive conditions. The fact that such travelers typically arrived as children suggested that adult migration was either impossible or prohibitively dangerous, making successful journeys rare enough to be noteworthy when they occurred. The testimonies of these international survivors painted pictures of global devastation that encompassed not just nuclear destruction but social collapse, environmental degradation, and the breakdown of technological civilization on a planetary scale, suggesting that humanity's struggle for survival was universal rather than limited to specific geographical regions. The consistency of reports about radiation, mutation, and societal fragmentation indicated that the Great War's effects had been truly global, affecting every continent and every population that had participated in pre-war technological civilization. Admiral Zhao's isolation from his Chinese homeland provided perhaps the most poignant example of how the Great War had severed connections between nations and peoples, leaving survivors adrift in a world where political boundaries had become meaningless and cultural identities had been reduced to personal memories rather than shared social realities. His hope of eventually returning to discover what had become of his country reflected the universal human desire to reconnect with origins, even when logic suggested that everything familiar had been destroyed beyond recognition. The mysterious gear drops, left by the individuals identified only as E and S, created patterns of anonymous assistance that spanned decades and crossed geographical boundaries, suggesting either remarkable longevity or the existence of an organization that maintained operational continuity despite the chaos and disruption that characterized post-war existence. Their progression from the capital wasteland to the Commonwealth indicated either personal migration or expansion of their activities to encompass new territories and populations in need of assistance. The secretive nature of E and S's operations raised questions about why individuals capable of providing high-quality survival equipment would choose to operate through anonymous dead drops rather than direct contact, suggesting either security concerns that made personal interaction dangerous or philosophical commitments to providing assistance without creating dependencies or obligations. Their methods indicated sophisticated understanding of both human psychology and wasteland survival, enabling them to provide exactly the right assistance at precisely the moments when it would be most beneficial. The longevity implied by their continued operations across multiple decades suggested either exceptional survival skills access to resources that exceeded what most wasteland communities possessed, or possible connections to pre-war organizations that had maintained some form of institutional continuity through the collapse of civilization. The consistency of their equipment, quality, and operational methods indicated either remarkable personal discipline or organizational protocols that had been maintained across extended periods of social disruption. The question of why E and S never established direct contact with their beneficiaries remained central to understanding their motivations and methods, suggesting either security protocols that required anonymity or personal philosophies that viewed direct assistance as counterproductive to long-term survival and development. Their approach indicated sophisticated understanding of how to provide help without creating dependence, enabling recipients to maintain autonomy while benefiting from timely assistance during critical moments. The identity of Dogmeat as either natural canine companion or sophisticated institute synthetic creation represented questions about the nature of consciousness, loyalty, and artificial life that extended far beyond simple pet ownership to encompass fundamental uncertainties about what constituted authentic relationship in a world where artificial beings had become indistinguishable from their natural counterparts. The dog's immediate attachment to the sole survivor and uncanny ability to provide exactly the assistance needed in dangerous situations suggested either remarkable animal intelligence or programming that exceeded anything typically associated with conventional robotics. The magazine found on Sean's desk that featured a German Shepherd, similar to Dogmeat, created circumstantial evidence for institute involvement in the dog's appearance, though such connections could also represent coincidence rather than conspiracy. Given the limited variety of dog breeds that had survived the nuclear apocalypse in sufficient numbers to serve as either natural companions or synthetic templates, the ambiguity surrounding Dogmeat's true nature reflected broader uncertainties about distinguishing authentic from artificial in a world where the boundaries between natural and manufactured had become increasingly meaningless. Joel Burgess's official statements about Dogmeat's intentionally ambiguous origins provided creative validation for multiple interpretations, while avoiding definitive answers that would eliminate the mystery that made the Founces character compelling to different audiences, demonstrating how fictional ambiguity could serve narrative functions by allowing readers to project their own preferences and anxieties onto archetypal figures that represented universal themes of loyalty and companionship. The residents of Vault 19, who vanished without explanation or trace, created another category of mystery that encompassed entire communities rather than individual disappearances, suggesting systematic forces capable of eliminating large populations while leaving minimal evidence of their activities or intentions. The Vault's psychological experimentation had created conditions ripe for conflict, yet the absence of violence or struggle suggested that whatever had happened to its inhabitants had occurred through means other than conventional warfare or internal strife. The Powder Gangers' claims about finding the vault already abandoned provided potentially unreliable testimony about conditions they encountered, though their preference for occupying only the upper levels due to fire gecko infestations suggested that environmental hazards might have played roles in the original population's departure. The separation between human habitation areas and creature-infested regions indicated that the vault's abandonment had preceded the gecko colonization by sufficient time for ecological succession to establish new patterns of territorial control. The absence of bodies, personal belongings, or signs of hasty evacuation created archaeological puzzles that standard investigative techniques could not resolve, suggesting either systematic cleanup operations that had removed all traces of human habitation or departure methods that had enabled entire populations to relocate without leaving conventional evidence of their movements. The completeness of the disappearance indicated either supernatural intervention or organizational capabilities that exceeded what most post-war communities possessed. The fire geckos that had claimed the vault's lower levels represented ecological changes that had occurred after human abandonment, suggesting that whatever had driven out the original inhabitants had not affected other life forms in ways that prevented recolonization by mutated species adapted to post-war environmental conditions. The creature's successful establishment of breeding populations within the facility indicated that the environmental hazards that might have threatened human life had either dissipated over time or had never affected non-human organisms. The guide stones of Appalachia created linguistic and archaeological mysteries that encompassed both pre-war knowledge and post-war investigation, suggesting connections between ancient symbol systems and modern research programs that had attracted attention from multiple organizations with different interpretative frameworks and security concerns. The symbols carved into the stone formations combined geometric patterns with circular designs that resembled either technological schematics or linguistic systems that operated according to principles completely different from conventional human communication methods. Dr. Michael Blake's research into the stone's meaning had apparently progressed far enough to create security concerns that required extraordinary precautions to protect both researchers and their discoveries from unspecified threats that might have included government agencies, private organizations, or other entities with interests in controlling access to whatever knowledge the symbols contained. The paranoia displayed by the research team suggested that their investigations had uncovered information significant enough to attract dangerous attention from multiple sources. The debate between extraterrestrial and indigenous origins for the stone carvings reflected broader uncertainties about how to interpret archaeological evidence that did not conform to established patterns of human cultural development, suggesting either contact with non-human intelligences or the existence of advanced human civilizations that had operated according to technological and symbolic systems different from those that characterized mainstream historical narratives. The application of Occam's razor to favor indigenous explanations demonstrated scientific conservatism, while acknowledging that the evidence remained open to multiple interpretations. The translation work that the research team had been conducting suggested that the symbols represented genuine linguistic or mathematical content rather than decorative patterns, indicating either sophisticated communication systems or encoded information that required specialized knowledge to decode properly. The offline storage of translation keys and the distribution of information among multiple researchers indicated both the sensitivity of their discoveries and their awareness that external forces might attempt to prevent their work from reaching completion. The macrofish packing plant's population of identical clone raiders created biological mysteries that challenged assumptions about genetic diversity, reproductive biology, and the sources of human variation in post-war populations, suggesting either systematic cloning operations or environmental influences that had produced unlikely concentrations of individuals with identical physical characteristics. The uniformity extended beyond simple family resemblances to encompass exact duplication of facial features and body structures that should have been impossible without artificial intervention. The Institute's elimination of these unusual raiders raised questions about whether their identical appearances had been coincidental or had represented evidence of experiments or activities that warranted systematic destruction to prevent discovery by outside observers. The thoroughness of the Institute's response suggested that whatever the identical raiders represented, their existence posed threats to security or secrecy that required immediate and complete elimination rather than capture or study. The possibility that the raiders had been escaped institute clone projects provided potential explanations for both their unusual characteristics and the violent response their discovery had generated, suggesting that synthetic human production might have encompassed varieties and experiments that went far beyond the official synth program that the sole survivor eventually encountered. The existence of failed or unauthorized cloning operations would have created security vulnerabilities that required elimination rather than management. The railroad connection suggested by the dead drop found at the facility indicated that whatever activities had been occurring at the macrofish packing plant had attracted attention from organizations dedicated to protecting artificial life forms, though the relationship between clone production and synth liberation remained unclear given the fundamental differences between these categories of artificial human creation. The railroad's interest suggested either expanded definitions of their protective mission or recognition that various forms of artificial life faced similar threats from their creators. The question of whether the identical appearances had been intentional design features or unintended consequences of flawed production processes remained central to understanding what had occurred at the facility, though the systematic nature of the characteristics suggested deliberate replication rather than random mutation or environmental influence. The precision of the duplication indicated technological capabilities that exceeded conventional cloning techniques while suggesting purposes that remained completely mysterious. The persistence of mysteries, despite decades of investigation and exploration throughout the post-war world, indicated that some questions might be fundamentally unanswerable through conventional research methods, requiring either new forms of investigation or acceptance that certain aspects of reality would remain opaque to human understanding regardless of how much effort was devoted to uncovering their secrets. The accumulation of unresolved puzzles suggested that the post-war world operated according to principles that transcended normal cause and effect relationships. The psychological impact of confronting mysteries that resisted solution created cognitive stress that challenged human needs for understanding and control, generating either obsessive investigation that consumed enormous resources without yielding satisfactory answers, or defensive dismissal of phenomena that threatened comfortable worldviews. The tension between curiosity and comprehension reflected fundamental limitations in human consciousness when confronted with realities that exceeded the conceptual frameworks that had evolved to process normal experience. The cultural function that mysteries served in post-war communities encompassed everything from entertainment and intellectual stimulation to spiritual significance and social bonding, creating shared narratives that unified people around common questions, even when definitive answers remained unavailable. The stories that developed around unexplained phenomena served psychological needs that transcended simple information gathering to encompass meaning-making activities that helped communities maintain identity and purpose despite environmental chaos. The technological applications that might emerge from solving some of these mysteries could potentially revolutionize post-war civilization through access to advanced knowledge, exotic materials, or unprecedented capabilities that remained hidden within puzzles that current investigative methods could not penetrate. The potential rewards for successful mystery resolution created incentives for continued research, despite repeated failures and mounting evidence that some questions might be permanently beyond human reach. And so we reach the end of our journey through the wasteland's greatest enigmas, though like all true mysteries, these questions lead only to more questions. In the irradiated ruins of the old world, where science and magic blur together in the atom's green glow, perhaps the greatest mystery is why we seek answers at all. Maybe it's the human need to understand, to make sense of chaos, to find meaning in the seemingly random, Or perhaps it's simply that, in a world where everything familiar has been destroyed, mysteries become companions, strange friends that walk with us through the empty highways and broken cities. The mysterious stranger still appears to those in need, the ghosts still whisper in the ruins, and somewhere in the deep places of the earth, ancient powers still stir. These mysteries will outlive us all, drifting through the wasteland like radioactive dust, waiting for the next wanderer brave enough to seek their secrets. Rest now, fellow explorer, and dream of the questions that have no answers, the doors that have no keys, and the stories that will never end. In the morning, there will be new mysteries to discover, new paths to explore. But for now, let the unknown embrace you like an old friend, and sleep peacefully in the glow of unanswered questions.